Meow 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 meow. Purge the sequence. Thank you. Gaga. Here. Hoi hoi hoi. Okay, we continue. Let me see. So the website update, just a brief update. Hello, Deemer. Website brief update. Currently, the 2D mapping thing, I think is pretty much done. It just needs some kind of maybe optimization with the display. Is actually pretty smooth for the most part, unless you zoom in a little bit. There's this sweet spot where it has too high of a resolution and too many things on screen that it kind of lags. But other than that, the functionalities are in similarity searches when you upload a picture. I also added some more quality of life stuff that lets you sort of favorite, unfavorite, mark stuff. Find similar artists, find the same artists, do searching of the tweets based on likes, repost dates, based on the content of the tweet itself. It should be pretty comprehensive as a toolkit. So in terms of the app setup, it's pretty much done. I think the next steps would just to be to figure out the algorithms so we can use it to set our art direction, which is the whole point of this thing in the first place. It seems like a little bit of a detour to do this, but I've always kind of wanted to do this, and I did try it before and it wasn't that good, right? I think I showed it on stream as well, but this one is way better. And in any case, it's pretty helpful, I imagine, down the line if we want to do something more with it. So anyways, that is ready. Well, as ready as it is without all of the actual sort of algorithms just yet. But I started making a list of the algorithms, so eventually we're gonna have all the stuff that we need somewhere down the line. We just have to keep at it. In the meantime, the main priority has been shifted to the website itself. So I need to figure out specifically some of the design choices and whatnot for the website. That will be done over the weekend. Hopefully it'll be presentable, if not by Monday, at least by the end of next week. The initial goal would just to be to set up a landing page, a page for the portfolio, a page for the blog entries, the blog details themselves, the blog entry themselves, and the modal required for displaying art, and also specialized pages, specifically for this one here. So it'll be a lot of work, and if I want to do some 3D stuff, it's going to be a little bit tricky to get everything done, and also have to do research. Yeah, I don't know if there's time. But anyways, that's the rough update for what we currently have going on. Everything is slowly coming together. It's going to take a while, but it's slowly coming together. In the meantime, yeah, this is the grind. This truly is the grind. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Actually, I don't know what clothing looks. Actually, at this point, it's probably easier to just find clothing for them directly, the design. Texas Skin Center. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Archive space. Which one is the one that she's wearing, actually? It's the bluish one. It's probably this one. Brodsky. And then left. Which one is she wearing? This one, probably then. Alright, ready? Ready. Right, let's do... Well, Texas is basically invisible, actually. As before, we go as far as we can today. If I get bored of this, I might go and do the animation a little bit. But priority is still over here. Dang, it's kind of hard to stay rigorous with so many different things going on at the same time. It's just so much work. Yep, I'm gonna take over this thing. Slow grind. Very slow. Very grind. Match wow. Minor disconnection, minor disconnection. Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. We are reconnected, I hope. Disconnected for a little bit there. As we do. Watch me burn. Oh, it's one of those printed ones, I see. Oh, I'm so stupid. Oh, dang it. Bit of a problem, huh? Tonight with the internet. Watch me burn. I'll just get Laffy's thing to cover her body, I think. Make it easier for myself. Hello, Deve. I just happened to call you on my OBS. Internet is very bad today, it looks like. Huh. I think I didn't want the 10 key. So the sizing is a little bit off here. It might look a little bit small. Given that everything is scaled accordingly, I cannot accept that. So it might mean that we have to go for a 10 key then. Hello, Yugami. Internet is very unstable today, so if things are buffering, it's because of that. Yeah, this connected like 4 times in like a 2 minutes or something. It's kind of crazy. Seems to be better now though. Oh my god. I hope so. Maybe it's someone trying to hack in or something. Very cool. Right, it's not the same grid. Yeah, this keyboard is kind of a pain in the ass, huh? How, what's my plan here? I guess I just have to get good. Like, there's no good way to just skip past this. There's no good way to, unless you do a model. That's why I think we need to go 3D route, because the way that I require these things, the precision that I want, and my nature of drawing is just I'm just too lazy to do it. It's not compatible. Unless we actually have some technology helping us out here. That was a clean line. What the? Let me think about this. So, given that so previously I was trying to figure out what kind of lines I want, if I want it to be clean or a little bit rougher. I think given the fact that we have these sort of really rigid things, but I don't have the patience of getting them 100% correct, it's also kind of insane to do it. Well, I mean, that is, I guess, it's only insane because I don't feel like I have the patience for it. Because I don't have the patience for it. So what that means is it's going to be a little bit sloppy. It's going to be best effort. By best effort, I mean just kind of hand waved a little bit. And that being the case, I think... Hello, Uni. We should go with looser lines everywhere else, so that things are kind of just a little bit looser in general. I guess at some point I encroached on the mouse here a little bit. I have to shift the mouse a bit over. What mouse are you? Okay, I think it's just the Nixie tube nonsense up top, and then everything else should be ready to go. Hang on, what is this? I guess I don't have to bring it out. Oh, let's see what it is. Okay. At the 50%, I see. So we stand by on that. wait. Assuming we have some space. Come on, man. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8. Okay. Is this too big? I think it's fine. Oh wait, actually I have to check this because Nixie tubes have a very specific size, I think. Oh, but there's different types of it. Of course there's different types of it. It could be as big as an Android by itself, which seems to be our case here, but maybe the IN18 here is probably where we're targeting. This is also further back. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine, probably. Should be good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can I count? I cannot count. Holy shit. No fucking way. It's drifting up. Huh? Yeah, I can see it. Drifted. I guess overlapping. Right? Should pull center a bit. Four four. Okay, targeting four four. Okay. Now we line. Okay. Before that, swap out the sticky notes. Yes. We still have a lot more to write down the line. The sticky notes are too flat right now. They always get crumpled up somehow. So like there needs to be a little bit more changes. But those changes are gonna have to be affected in the final version here directly. Of course, there's a good chance I will forget. So just have to do what we can here. Like, Maybe she'll draw on the poster, maybe she'll do some other things across the thing. Not sure. Okay, here we go. We gotta line this. And the initial lining process, I'm gonna try to keep things as... let me think about it. So it needs to be separated, but I don't want to be too insane about it because it's gonna add too much overhead to the process. But like Faye should be by her own layer. In general, different materials should be on their own layer so that you can change those line colors together easily. But then at the same time, this isn't quite your usual thing either. Anyways, worst case, it's just a redraw. The main issue with redrawing is that because our lines have opacity settings on it, it's gonna look a little weird with some overlaps, extra overlaps. But I think in something complicated like this is probably gonna be fine. We did have overlap stuff over here, and it isn't necessarily too distracting. There are some spots that are kind of oddly present, I think because of the line weight. It is, you know, part of the style, if that's kind of how the brush works, I suppose, but not sure if I like it necessarily. Oh yeah, anyways. Well, I'm not gonna name anything just yet. Figure this out as we go along here. Okay. Gotta calibrate my brushes. Should I take out opacity or no? It's got some noise in it too. The thing is, I always feel like all these conundrums, all these dilemmas, I don't know how to make the decision. And the answer to in my head is always just do it, and then you will figure out if you like it later. But I've never figured out if I liked it later. Even right now as I look at this, I'm not really sure how I feel about it. It looks fine, I suppose. But it doesn't feel great or anything. I think we opened up the silence one yesterday, right? Let me just take a quick look at the silence one. Where'd it go? Because this is, I think, solid lines. I suppose? I can't quite tell. I think it is solid. I think it's supposed to be solid. But then again, it's still also very, haphazard. I mean, a little bit rougher. I didn't bother going through super hardcore. But I guess that's enough details to kind of just... I think in the future, by the way, in terms of like the direction that I want to head in, because we were briefly talking about this before, but I didn't have an example. But the idea is that the website would have these pages that are handcrafted, right? And they would have like sort of movement on them along with music. And the movement that I've been thinking of is not movement of the character per se, but just more movement of the particles and stuff like this. Because to animate the character herself, or themselves, is going to require more live 2D work, which I don't know if I necessarily want to commit to just yet. But like, I think at least in the beginning, having particles that move, having light that kind of flashes, right? Like all these lighting should be pulsing to something. Maybe just going up and down in a steady motion. Maybe it's pulsing to the music. It can be anything, but the lighting would change, the glow effects would change, the particles will move, and then the dust in the back, maybe. But then the character herself would be static. And then if we feel like it, we can do live 2D, but... honestly, yeah, what should I do with the lines? I feel like maybe the fact that the answer never came kind of shows that it doesn't matter, that I don't care about it either way too much. But it just feels kind of bad, like I never really have something that I really, really like, you know? Like... oh, line width is the thing. Let me see. So it depends on how present I want the lines to be. These ones are super present. I guess again, I don't know. My brain is trying to tell me to do the whatever that's more natural BS, but the thing is, it's kind of hard. Nothing feels natural right now. I guess the original here is the most natural, the sketch, but it's super thick. Gonna have some variation, I think, in the line weights here. Not warmed up here too, so a bit of a problem. I'm not warmed up. I'm not sure about the lines. I'm not sure what I'm gonna end up with. And I can't quite really see what's happening here. Hang on. I need to unlock the line here. I need to call for the, let me think. I'm gonna force it to go offline, and then I'm going to... Actually, that's true. I think there is a little bit of that trap again. Like, thinking that this is the final set of lines. No one says that I can't erase the lines after I commit to them, though. So, as long as the lines right now are clean enough, I think it's fine. Like, some stuff like this, I think if I don't like it, maybe I can remove it. But then, like, otherwise... Wait a second. Why does erasure still allow for opacity differences? I wonder. It's not erasing it completely. Oh, it's because of the noise texture, I think. They don't look very good, though. I'm not sure why. Okay. I need to run my hand a little bit to warm it up first. Doesn't matter what. I just need to move. Crystallines, true, thank you. Alright. I'm gonna not align the face then. Let's not do that. It's not willing. Okay, accept it. Thank you. Oh, I don't have my... What did my Ahoge win? Did I never draw it? Kind of gets in the way of everything. Actually, let me think about this. This kind of frames things a little bit, I think. Because it is going to catch light no matter what. Maybe I'll leave it for now. Kind of hard to think about it at this point. camera. Break up shape later, maybe? Okay. Where'd it go? Oh. Ah, here it is. Oh, it's C. forgot to turn it on again. God damn it. Alright, I guess we're commuting then. Be right back. I think I would just go with the Steam one. It would be cool if we can go with something that's old, but I don't know any. I can just pick any random one, but like I need to make sure that it's still usable, I think. I don't know what the criteria for that is. So maybe I'll just ignore it for now. Should I keep this one? Maybe I can do this. I'm also gonna try the thing where we have sort of different line art brushes for different parts. Yes, two minimum. Yes, thank you, George. Oops. Oh, right. I should probably use a symmetry ruler here. Which daily? What? Oh, is he on Twitch? Oh, right. I need to turn this off. Maybe later, Duvet. I don't want to be too distracted. Yeah, my head kind of hurts. I think I'm on a bit of a timer today. I want to get things done while I still can. Spend too much time on the side project, I think. But it's kind of insane, the efficiency though, because I looked at the commits. I've only been working on it for like 6 days, but we have like about maybe 10,000 lines of miscellaneous code. Back-end, front-end, pre-processing, data processing, a bunch of whatchamacallit, feature extraction and computation stuff. And we had to figure out it's not like I wrote it, right, George? Just to be clear, I didn't write the code physically, but I had to communicate all the ideas, and I have to figure out the structure, and I have to verify that things work manually, and I ask for improvements. That is kind of crazy, because 5 days I put together something that that is really, really, really useful. It's very usable. Well, actually, I guess it still remains to be seen, technically, because I have to figure out the... Wait, hang on. Why are there more buttons than I thought? Actually, the 10,000 lines, I barely wrote a single one. That's how impressive it is, because it just works, is the thing. I think at this point, there's probably a little bit more spaghetti, because it's gotten so big that it's kind of impossible for it to account for everything anymore. So I think at this point, it's probably hit this logical limit thing of what is probably manageable and not. But it's really cool because I linked up with the scripts that I got for Twitter before. So now we have a good way of updating all the data as well. If I have new bookmarks, I can just run the script once, and then it will populate the engine with more up-to-date stuff. And then with the similarity engine online, all we need now is just the scripts that simulates the stylistic stuff. So if we can find a way to mathematically represent certain styles, certain aspect of art, what is complexity, what is line art, what is color, what is this, what is that, right? The brush strokes and stuff. Then we're ready. Holy shit. Then from then on, every single sort of Duvay's dailies, I can pass it through the engine, and then we can find something similar. We can talk about the very minor differences in rendering and stuff like that. Everything will be ready to go. It will be insane once it's up there. But as a result, I'm a little bit overextended. Oh, shit. Oh, very trippy. Yes, George. Yes, I'll be taking questions now. Sorry, it's not a bot. It is not anything, actually. It is just an analytical engine. Like, the only thing it does is to help you analyze images. It doesn't actually do stuff automatically. It doesn't actually do... I think it's easier if you just take a look. I'm a little bit wary sharing it on screen, not because of anything, just because there's still not safe for work stuff left over in here. But like, let's say, for example, on this piece here, right? Oops. So over here, you can see that the image is over here, right? You can select it, you can zoom in on it. So instead of looking at Twitter and directly opening and stuff like that, we could put it in here, we can zoom in on it. I can apply filters on it. For example, right now we have edge detection. We can do... Oh yeah, there's like a lot of details here. Wow, look at that. Oh, there's not a lot of details here. Oh, you can see some brushstrokes here or something, you know. The idea is that it's able to sort of... this is not what edge detection is, by the way. But the idea is that you can do any number of filters. You can do layer chaining. So you can apply one filter and then apply another filter. You can add an invert filter here. And then it will invert all the colors after the thing. So using this, you can kind of take a peek underneath at what's happening with the art. It's got the original name, it's got the original post, it's got a way to pen to another thing. So if I this algorithm here, by the way, to unpack the everything, it was really slow, and then we optimized it to about like 2 times the speed. So now we have this over here. We can go to another one that's over here. We can see like in one tweet, they posted very different pieces that's all over the place, right? And then there's also similarity match. So you can upload any image you want. If I just take any piece here, I can upload it. It will do the same math. It takes a while. And then now that it's here, it will find a similar piece, and you can actually see it found the original because the math is the same. So you can find the original, and then you can find other similar things based on different statistics here. None of the numbers work that well right now. That's why it's such a mess. But you have this similarity match. You have searches. You can search for a specific artist. Like we can search for who comes to mind right now? Let's say Ixie, right? You can search for Ixie's art, and then now I have Ixie over here. No, this is someone else. No, this is them drawing this. So you have Twitch search, and you have the list. You can hide stuff. You can hide stuff like this. You can also toggle that invisible, but it redraws everything. It takes a while. It's kind of slow. So I'm very wary that it's going to show some very bad stuff. Oh, sorry, it's the other one. Anyways. Wait. The stupid bot broke my shit again. This is not supposed to take this long. It's redrawing the entire thing. That's why it takes so long. Anyways, it's kind of stupid. Yeah, the sphere thing is interesting. Also, I'm hitting my limit here. So you can hide everything. The sphere is interesting because of how the math works. But I've been trying to toggle the math as much as I can so it doesn't just do a sphere, right? Because the original structure you can see over here is more like an L shape. So I asked it to do some math. I was thinking of ideas, and there's this idea where you can select a center and you draw rays to the extremities. It's bugged right now, apparently. So I have some regression issues here. You draw it to the most distant node that it has. So it tries to expand more in this direction. It's not supposed to have these lines at the bottom. But yeah, it's so we have some regression issues, looks like. As I use this, I'm gonna figure out that some things are still kind of broken and whatnot. But yeah, that's kind of the plan. Shit. So it's not completely done yet. It's a bit of a problem. Yeah. So any favorite ones. But yeah, this is the thing. It doesn't take over anything. It doesn't automatically do anything. It just provides us a platform for doing certain analysis a little bit faster, I think. And a little bit more consistently, because it's going to be numbers that takes over. The numbers will tell me like whether if it's similar or not, as long as the math is good. Yeah. The biggest thing about this is that you can use it to find similar styled artists and art, you know. Like that is the main point of this, is to group things by style, right? So you can discover new artists decently easily as long as the repository has everything in there and pre-computed. But yeah, that's the primary thing. Yeehaw. Yeah, looks like it's still not dead. Like the bot, at some point, I think you have to start reading the diffs because it's not smart enough to figure out everything anymore. In the beginning, it's very good, but afterwards, it just doesn't have the memory. And to be honest, like humans probably don't have the memory either. But I guess we take more time to figure everything out first. Because by all means, like, computers should be better at remembering things. I don't know why it's actually worse. Yeah, I'm just gonna try and make it a little bit less precise here. I'm not gonna bother writing stuff on it, I think. I'll just leave it. shit, I did that by accident. I'm excited for the website stuff too, the main portfolio side, because I do intend to borrow some UI ideas from Arknight's Enfield. It's got the very nice sort of glassy, transparent, sort of multiple layers of like miscellaneous things layered over each other. It looks really nice and sleek, so I want to copy a little bit of it. But that is the hardest thing to get the bot to do, because it has no eyes, so there's a lot of problems in my experience so far in the past. Maybe nowadays is better. Reset back main. Oh, 7. Where does the arm start? Where's my thing? Don't know what's over here just yet. Too long. A bit long, man. Target is not necessarily that much longer though. The L and some things. I have the time to deal with everything. Somewhat balanced. What's going on? Oh, head. Okay. Uh. Broski. How do I draw this actually? Surely I have a separate grid for this. No way. I don't have a grid for this? What? What? How do I not have a grid for this? I'm not that pop. What the? There's no way this is not done without. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm trying to make it more lively here and put more references. I can put more Enfield stuff in here. Oh man, shit! I need a grid. I think. Okay, so I do it like this, right? So I yoink, yoink, copy, push it up, delete this, push it down, delete this. Now I have another grid on here that is duplicated. I need to remove that. I need to grab this guy, and then I need to remake my grid. Sorry, this is the third point. Where's my guy? Give me that. Gimme. Okay. It's probably more like it. Check. Check. Wrong layer, goddamn it. Where is it? Oh, because this has this thing. This is the hands currently, right? Sorry, what is this? Oh, it's the wings. Oh man, it's gonna be so hard. How do I even draw this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Right. Non-standard. Don't worry about it. Oh, I see. It's probably like this, right? Let's see here. It doesn't have to be that consistent though. Fast effort basis. Getting it done is more important. Right now it's like kind of hard for me to understand exactly what is it that I'm undertaking. Because it feels like I get it. You just draw a bunch of lines, do some basic colors, and just animate it and by flashing the layers on and off. That's kind of it, but I think I don't fully understand what it means to like draw everything yet. So just in case, I'm gonna try to just keep things... I need to keep things as simple as possible because I don't think I can sustain it if I don't. Inconsistencies and stuff, I'm just gonna let them go. Much more than I usually do. Sorry, is this... Where's the Balter? I thought I have it here. Chamoyer. Roasty. Where did I put it? Oh, where's the other one? Well, I guess we have one. Okay. Guess it's kind of more curved, but I don't... Do I hear it? The stage is still just coming out. Yeah, that's probably fine. Yeah, it's fine. Let's just go for it. Such a minor detail there. Oh, whoops. Face wings are in the way. Right, the target. That is actually the top. Dang. I can't fix it. Just remove this. might leave stuff undone on purpose, I think, at this point. There's so many things. Holy shit. There are so many. Distance from edge. Check. Must be one of the links then. Oh, I see. At this point, my Balter is based off of one actual product, one guy's sketch, and also this one other guy's 3D model. So they all are kind of inconsistent with each other. And got a bit of an abomination. Does it make sense? No. Never did in the first place, though, I guess. What am I looking at? What did I do here? Holy shit. What am I smoking? Yeah. I mean, it's good enough for now. Oh, I see what I'm looking at. So over here is trying to do that, but it's kind of too late now. I'm kind of glad that this is as complicated as it is right now. In the past, this would be a very... Oh, what's the word? Very real reason of why I would just stop right now, honestly. The amount of inconsistencies and stuff. I feel like if I can't do it properly and do it 100% correct, I shouldn't be doing it. I always feel like that. But now there's enough details and noise everywhere that it's fine. That there's some inconsistencies. It's bound to be anyways at some point. Why not play into it and just be more relaxed? Just chill, broski. Oops. Okay. Right, so my key is going to open up a folder. Alright, I don't know what's happening. That looks fine. Yes. Use the dodges. Okay, cool. Just for me. Oh, right. This doesn't follow the... Right. Yeah. Why is it so difficult for us? Let me just deblock this. Let's just block this. I don't know what this is. us playing good. Everything else I just rely on render, I think. Down the line. Oh, oops. Keep pressing it. Era boots. Main line is still. Yeah, I can always put more, I suppose. Not really a problem. Oh, it locked onto it. Indeed. Where is it? It's on the Twitch, is it not? Let's see. Twitch doesn't count. I can't see it. Twitch doesn't count. Thank you, Uni. I'll do it much later, and when I actually get tired of doing this, because it breaks the flow. Let me see. How do I deal with the posters? The base is separate from the line, the words, right? So I'll just take over now. Do I even need the lines? Actually, I don't need the lines for posters. I just need the lines for blocks and stuff. Yeah. Is this a lined piece or is this not a lined piece? I actually don't really know. I'm wondering if there's any point in lining. Because the characters I do want lines. It makes it a lot easier. But then the props, on the other hand, the lines kind of make it very tedious here. I mean, posters and stuff not having lines, I guess that's fine. They're kind of flush against the wall anyways. They're flush and they're flat. I do need lines for the characters, anything that's organic. It would give that contrast, I just don't know if I like that balance. Yeah, it's interesting because I'm not sure. I kind of want lines here everywhere. It feels like it's easier with lines to draw, like as in like the rendering part and stuff, because there's something to hold onto. But then at the same time, with the sheer number of stuff we have this time around, I don't know if it's that quite feasible. But I guess the downside, I mean, like the worst case is that I would just have to go back and put the lines back in, right? Like that would be the worst case scenario. But if I'm going to draw the lines then, it's no different from drawing the lines now, I guess. I guess you do have to adjust the colors a little bit afterwards. Maybe we don't need lines for environment and stuff. The two props that we have drawn, I think that's fine. Maybe the rest will just paint. I do need lines for these guys though. It's kind of hard to imagine. We're just gonna have to try and then see what happens here. Hello, Maxi. Maybe this is why like a color rough is maybe needed here, because then I can tell better whether if I want to have lines or not. Hello, Devay. Yeah. I have not. As in, like, I am aware of it. Hello, show. But then I've said a few times now, but like I don't want to break the flow just yet of doing the by doing the dailies. Also, Twitch doesn't count, so there's also that. Show you probably got automated. This is the first message I'm seeing from you. Right, it will make no difference, right? So the control is gonna be on. Let me see. How do I deal with this? Yeah, the fact that I left the coloring in there is kind of annoying because it makes it really hard to do this. Clean. I'm gonna start setting up the layers then. It's interesting show. Man, I cannot see shit. Wait, hang on. I have to do it like this then. Let's see, it covers over here. I'm just gonna take it. Face body of block later. Interesting. I wish at least it tells me like Discord does why. But it does not. So I have no idea as well. Oh, it's actually pretty close. Well, I guess if I don't need to draw lines, I don't need to maintain the flow anymore. Weird. Dang, you guys are getting something's happening, huh? I don't know what's happening. Why is it doing that? Wow, Debate, you sure do have a lot of these. Wasn't this like same like yesterday was like guy on guy, now it's girl on girl? Oh, is this a dude too? What is going on the socks here? It looks somewhat translucent. I think we're seeing a lot of skin through the socks. Right, the lighting is more subtle. The lighting is somewhat indeterminate. I see the shadows. I'm not really sure what's. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, and what am I thinking about? It's because there's not much, I guess, right? Like it's not like there's a lot of rendering to talk about. The focus is more on getting ideas, getting sketches, getting these characters and their relationships depicted a little bit. Just depicted, right? And then having a simpler style is so much better for doing that. But as a result, there isn't necessarily a lot to talk about for like rendering and all the choices made during the rendering process. Wait, hang on. I was going somewhere with this. I kind of forgot where I was going with this. Oh yes, the place I was going is that like, where do I stand right on that spectrum? Like, because I always thought it was kind of nice that you can just do simple sketches, simple colors, and then just get ideas out. But then my disposition towards this current sort of what I'm seeing here is that something is missing, I feel like. So rendering is kind of, I guess, also important. Then, based on this reaction, I mean, I hate doing it, but like the hating part comes from just being not very competent at it. So if we grind it out, eventually I'll be okay with it. So I guess we do have to grind it out. I mean, I do kind of like okay, yeah, I do like noises and textures and details, like those scratching of the shapes and stuff. So something simple like this inherently doesn't have the space to show it. Then, well, I mean, like you have the space, but like you're not showing it. Maybe that's what's missing. The sort of awe from the rendering itself. So I guess at the in my heart, I'm still very much an illustrator, more than just trying to get comics or like get ideas out. Then. Okay, I just updated my mental model with the with a, like, so if that were the case, right? Like for example, something like this, the goal that we have here is the binary system setup, and then try to animate it a little bit. So I guess the final destination that we're trying to arrive at, the goal that we're trying to arrive at, would be something that's pretty detailed, very intricate, like one of those Arknights illustrations, but still have some minor amount of movement from some kind of animation engine, whether it's Live 2D or if it's something else, like After Effects. Then we include music, and then I guess that's where we're headed. But then, where is it? Because everything that we're doing is kind of setting up for that, right? The so-called color practice journey and then the rendering journey, and then now we're trying to sort of explore technology stacks to get stuff out. It's kind of all headed in that direction. So stuff like manga, stuff like simple stuff, I think all of those things I do like. But in terms of what I want to create, I think it would be what I just described, rather than sketches, getting a bunch of sketches out in the sense of. And then by then, when we get to that point where I want to be, then stuff like this should be decently comfortable to do, enjoyable to do. Yeah, I have a good balance of that too, for sure. Because like doing this shit, like it's probably kind of insane every time. It's always interesting, like the daily, because even if it's not like something that I want to analyze technically, there's also like stuff that's adjacent to it, like just my reaction to it and how I feel about it. But yeah, anyways, thank you, Duvet. Did I just remove the lines? I can just remove the lines, so I don't have to use it per se. But if I don't have lines anyways, I'm gonna put lines in eventually, I think. Yeah, I'm so not sure actually. Very confused. Did I not finish the lines? I thought I did. Yeah, the angle here is not quite consistent. Easier to settle it somewhere else, I think. Let me write something down. I feel like where is that sequence? I think I wrote it here. Style. What? Wait, did I not write the full thing here? Visual, so sequence on video. Yeah, there must be a difference here. Anyways. In due time. What? Pounding? Hello? You okay there, show? Pounding? Yeah, I can fix the silhouette later, I think. There's a lot of resets going on, huh? I thought I've gotten better, but there's still a lot of issues with me considering things being final, and then I feel bad about it. I'm looking at the silhouette of the hair, I'm like, yeah, it kind of sucks, huh? But then I'm like, yeah, no, I can just fix that, though. Like, and then all of a sudden I felt better. Still have this issue after all these years. So hard to disable it. Yeah, it's the Palm Master. Fix that some other time. I don't know what to do with the shoulders here. I guess logically this should all be body anyways. At some point, the wings will take over, but let's just say the body is just arbitrarily all the way here. Okay. Let me see. Ah, yes, Luve. It's not as crazy as the other, the Arknights people. It goes in here, right? Let me see. So it goes here. Things like that. May go where. I see the way. Okay, there you go. It's a set. Yeah, you know, I will still, I guess we do have different directions, 100%. Because the lighting and everything setup is pretty simple. There isn't like a lot of colors in all the shadows. There isn't like necessarily a lot of noise and scratching. There's some on specific fabrics. The shapes are pretty big. I mean that is rendering though. That is true, right? That is rendering though. Hmm. All right. Let me distill this a little bit. I see, I see. Because I'm trying to understand like because on this second evaluation here after your comment, I realized that the first evaluation of like it is simpler, but in my heart there was also another flag that was flagged, which is that it's there's not much there, which is what simpler kind of is connected to. But then if you look at it, there is still rendering, there are still choices being made, just not as many things to look at. So I'm trying to distill out that initial bias. There's something there. I see. What about your favorite artist, Duve? The one with the very, I mean, it's not your favorite artist, I suppose, but the one with a lot of colors on. Do you still like that? Yes, yes, yes. Actually, I don't really know what you mean by splash art, I guess. Subdued color fan now, I see. Subdued colors are like more realistic, I feel. I feel like there's a lot more grays in life than in colors. The wings balance are not very bueno for me. No bueno. Oh, they're both play, but I think no, it's fine. Oh, wait a second. Because the binary calls for actually a lot of splits. Actually, now that I think about it. But until I figure out how AE is gonna work, I don't really know what is the requirement for us. I'm gonna take this out. Oops. I'm gonna let the. Maybe I'll take a little bit here. Yeah, maybe I'll just do this. Okay. Because the base is taking over everything. And then what else is there? We have. Fair? I think that's fair. Okay, let's do that. Character looking better is not too much storytelling for a lots of time to render, mainly designed to sell. I see. Dang, that's a much better way to summarize it than I had in mind, I think. I was just thinking mostly of like in terms of rendering sort of the amount of details and amount of small shapes and rendering time, that kind of stuff. But yeah, like the goal of it is different, right? It's just to sell the design. Wow, that actually is a very important distinction here. Could have seen it sooner, but like. Yeah, I have this problem where I don't accept my own answers, I think. It's not so different from like the second question, right? The second guiding question, which is why you're drawing this current piece. And I think like, let me see. Why do art and why do this piece? So, what else? The reason why I'm saying this is that you guys probably don't know what I'm saying, because I'm a little bit jumping all over the place. But so the whole idea of selling design versus selling the story is a very concise way of sort of answering that question that I always had in mind. And I think before we talked about this today, the way I'm thinking about it was a little bit maybe more convoluted, maybe a little bit more sort of going around this thing. Because it is still like, hey, are you drawing this to tell a story, or are you drawing this to show some design? But it doesn't feel that like that's impact. I don't know. When someone else says something, it feels like it has way more impact than when I say it. Did I say the same? I feel like I've said the same thing, but it doesn't feel like this though. I'm so confused right now. Maybe it's just my state of mind currently. Maybe I forgot how it felt like before. Oh, Kirio, holy shit, it's been a while. Hello. Been at least like a couple weeks, I bet. It a wrong take that I want to step in. I'm not sure what that means. Are you talking about in relation to splash art? You think it's not good to sell the design, but you want to do it? Is that what you're saying? Storytelling is everywhere. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying what we're saying here is that. No, storytelling is everywhere, right? But it doesn't mean that it's always the focus. And if it's not the focus, then your decision making changes. It is always going to be everywhere, right? Because as long as things exist, there's a reason why it's there. Whether if it is, you know, like in-world reason, like a lore reason why it's there, or it could be a reason that the artist just got lazy and just wanted to put something in there. That's also a reason, I would say. It's like storytelling everywhere if you want to read into it, I think. Right. Sure. I still think there's a like a more distinct difference between something that is made to tell a story versus something that is made to do something else. There is still a story there, but like it's not gonna be the focus and it's not gonna be quite the same, I would say. Because Duvay is not saying that there is no storytelling being done. It's just that it's not the priority. Yo. Where is my stupid ass line? Holy shit, I can't connect this. Come on, broski. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do the lazy way. Just gonna erase it afterwards. Actually, I'm curious, Duvay. Would you consider manga like all in on storytelling? I feel like I would. I would consider that as in like all in storytelling. I'm just wondering if there's any other sort of thoughts that you might have with regards to that. Depends on the manga. I see. Interesting. I don't think I read enough to have any sort of difference in my mind. I kind of feel the same. Like they all just try to tell a story with the frames and all that. Breakthroughs. Let me try to remember. Breakthroughs, not in terms of technical art, but in terms of direction of art, maybe. Because I think the new plan right now. I mean, I keep changing plans, and it's probably gonna change again. But like, oh man, where do I even start? So I think previously, when you were here, we were working primarily on sort of just colors, right? And like colors is still a very big thing that I have to work on for sure. It's part of why we're doing this current piece, although it's currently being hijacked to do something else. But since then, I've just become a little bit more clear as to what kind of content I want to create. I think is probably the best way to put it. So, for example, you know, we can draw illustrations, right? We can draw animations. We can do this and we can do that. But uh, because I'm trying to make a website to store all my stuff, right? Whether if it's art, whether if it's stuff that I talked about, I thought that, you know, website, you can present a lot of things. You can present 2D, 3D, animation, music, and interactive elements. So it'd be kind of cool if you can create a piece that kind of encompasses everything. If you know what I'm saying. Like, essentially, this piece here, right? This thing that we have here, I'm gonna do like some very light rendering. But the idea is to keep the light layers. So there's only one light source, which is the screen here. It's gonna be very dark, kind of like this. And then all the light layers are going to be separated for all the different components. And then we go into After Effects. We will animate this light layer by adding some kind of function that makes use, like this part is going to be converted into a video here on the screen. So depending on what the video is playing right now, there will be differences in the lighting, right? And then that will be reflected in all the other parts. And then I want to set up this environment, put it on my website, and then play some music, and then essentially create like a more immersive experience. So rather than creating a singular piece, I guess the goal now is try to create something more immersive, and I think that is where my direction, like art direction, is gonna go. Essentially, I'm just gonna try and create multiple different of things like this to sort of reflect how I feel about all my inspirations. Because sometimes I hear music, you see something, you get dragged to a different world, right? So it'll be really cool if you can sort of basically recreate that and present it in a way that someone else can sort of experience it, even though they probably wouldn't necessarily feel the same thing you feel, but at least they can be put into like a similar environment, kind of vibe. I think my definition of immersive, that's a good question. I let me think. I don't know if I have a definition of immersive, but if I were to think about it now, my immersion is just basically you hijack the five senses, right? Humans perceive the world with the five senses, so if you can hijack all of the five senses, you can essentially transport people into a different world. And that is as immersive as you can get. And of course, you can't make people smell things through a website, so that is definitely out. Tasting as well, that's also out. So you can just make people see and hear things, maybe not touch things yet. Maybe there are ways to, but yeah, like just hear and see, I guess, primarily. That would be immersion, I suppose. So, because what I really want, right? What I really want is to have a place that I can go to, and I can just listen to the music, and I can just zone out. I can just exist in some other reality, and that isn't this one. And this thing kind of happens once in a while if I like, well, it hasn't happened in a long time actually, now that I think about it, but I would like to experience it again. Some of the things I've experienced before as a kid. I think that's kind of the maybe the angle of where I want to end up. How this is gonna go, of course, we never know until we get some stuff done here. But immersive if eyes alone. I don't think I would necessarily follow what other people think on this regard, because it's gonna be super unique and tailored to everyone. Like I don't think personally, I don't think it's possible to be fully immersed by eyes alone. Like I think there's not much immersion by eyes alone. Let me think about this. Immersion for me is like 80%, 90% music though. Which always begs the question why I'm doing art, but like let me think. Focus on how immersive with eye. Yeah, I don't know. How do you feel immersed with just eyes and what you see though? Because even in VR, it never really felt that immersive per se. You're still like aware that I'm in my room. I cannot walk, or I'm just gonna bang into the wall. But then music for me is able to just delete everything else. So what? That's interesting. How do you make visual stuff immersive actually? I mean, okay, so my definition of immersion, like immersion to me means that you're sort of transported somewhere else, right? You're not in this reality anymore. You're brought somewhere else. And music works because it's really good at hijacking emotions. So it makes you just start feeling things, right? And then your mind starts to imagine things, and then that's kind of how. So rather than hacking your senses at the entry here, so rather than, oh man, so you have what? You have your stimulus here. Possible to read. You have your stimulus, and then you go through your five senses, and then it goes to your mind, right? So if it's like just visual, the visual channel doesn't really affect the other senses so much. But then somehow music goes in through this thing and then explodes over here. Bang. Music. And then emotions. And then your brain kind of overrides these guys. Or maybe turns them off and then starts imagining stuff over here. I don't know if art can kind of do that. It's very rare, I think. It probably has happened, I think. I think it has happened before in the past. I don't know, man. Like recent times, I don't feel like I felt a lot of emotions. It's mostly just work. It's mostly just work, and then recently it's the web app stuff. Just a lot more logical thought, not a lot of emotional sort of feeling things. Dang show. I don't know. Like if you're watching maybe other streamers, do you get blocked there? I'm wondering if it's just a over here thing. Yeah, not having lines here. I'm wondering if it's gonna even work. Cause man, okay, I need to stop thinking. I'm just gonna keep doing. I think I'm thinking too much. Hello, what? What? Broski? You know what? I'm just gonna take the whole thing. I was trying to just grab a little bit and then not touch the netting just yet because the netting is kind of a little bit of a weird material, right? You have to show what's behind it. Thought it might be a bit complicated, so I want to separate it up. But I can separate it later. I'm just trying to block out the main blocks first. I see, sure. I see, I see. I was gonna say that maybe they're tracking you from somewhere else, and then like for whatever reason decide that you might be a little bit naughty, and then doesn't let you talk in my chat for whatever reason. But man, I don't know if you guys are keeping up with the whole Discord and Discord's sort of ID verification nonsense, right? They claim this, they claim that, but then people found out that behind the scenes is this company that has a lot of ties to U.S. government. And then recently, people discovered that they have documents showing that essentially what's happening is that this company, what's their name? Persona, I think. Persona apparently is used by a lot of different things to do ID verification. And then in their terms of service, or not in their terms of service, I can't remember, but people found out that they have servers there online, and there's basically documents on those servers that says that they're sending information to US government. And there are also clauses in there that says that, hey, we don't store information, but then they didn't say anything about not sending it to the government, and then the government can store it anyways. Like a lot of shady shit, right? So it's great. Anyways, they're basically setting up a lot of these profiles. There are also other documents that says that like basically everything is being linked together to form this profile of users that contains like 100 or 200 different sort of personal identifying information. Mm-hmm. No, Duvet. I don't know if they're sort of stopping the ID verification thing, but it's not here yet. It's in March. They announced it 1 month early, and then since then, there's been a lot of leaks. There's been a lot of sort of being hacked. This person being hacked. That company being hacked, and then information is coming out about how extreme it is, and how much information it is that they're intending to hoard or has already hoarded, like that already they already have on users. Yeah, Discord. Yeah, they leaked a lot already, but I don't know, man. It's a mess basically. But at some point, it's gonna be unavoidable. You at some point, it's not gonna be optional anymore. 100%. So we'll see how things go in the future. But it really feels like the world's ending. We are basically in a dystopia. Like, how is this not in a dystopian society anymore? Like, I don't know. Probably is already. Where is my monitor ending, broski? Oh, it's over here. I feel like, yeah, like, we're definitely gonna, like, the direction that we're heading in is definitely a society that's less free and more controlled. So I would say, maybe enjoy the freedoms that we have right now. What did I do? Broski? I cannot see. Yeah, no, it's never an option for me, by the way. Like, I don't think this idea of giving IDs to private companies is even an option in the first place. I think this is a bit rounded on this monitor, if I remember correctly. Okay, I'm gonna use a ruler real quick here. Whoops. Okay, I'm being really stupid about this. I'm just gonna stop doing this stupid shit and just YOLO it. Probably do a better job too. Nope. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. I guess we'll find out. Very exciting. Gonna go public? I have no idea. I'm not really following. It's just that the shorts, the YouTube shorts that I get, sometimes are like tech related. So when people whistleblow, I will get like a short about people whistleblowing, about people finding out this, finding out that, and then people get, yeah, like, oh, scary, scary. But then no one ever does anything because, like, what are you supposed to do against this? Yeah, I mean, if Discord, but like, Discord's not gonna die. Like, they're not gonna, as in, like, how do I say this? It's not like they're stopping service. They're probably gonna die after this. But as long as they're not stopping service, we can just continue to use it. It's just in a limited capacity. But then at the same time, the explicit stuff, well, from what I can see, is not really that big of a thing in our server, right? Mm-hmm. It's because the people that's behind it are all the AI sort of monitor, Big Brother, monitor people kind of investors. That's why they even made the company in the first place, I bet. But, like, uh, table mat. What's it called? Mat table, mat table. Hmm. I just want to draw anime waifu. Hey, eat McDonald's. Oh man, I want to eat McDonald's right now, bros. Why is everything so complicated, bro? Walter Fay chair. I think all these goes on top actually. And then table props. Cannot see. Oh, right. It's off screen. How do I handle this? I don't really want a single layer for everything. Do I want a single layer for everything? There are different materials and therefore slightly different colors. But I feel like I'm gonna pull my hair out based on the number of props we have. The problem is I don't really know how the AE part is gonna work. So keeping things as separate as possible gives us the most flexibility down the line. I don't like it, but this is the first time we're trying this. I think we might as well just be as separate as possible, as slow as possible. As I don't know what to say, but oof. Color rough, huh? I don't know. I feel very overwhelmed tonight. I feel what? What? My brain's bugging out. Oh, we can start the color rough on one layer and then separate it once you've decided. Right. I don't know why I'm not able to think through this logically. Also, I just realized that this doesn't work here. Holy shit. The mic clamp is gonna mess up the positioning here. Shit. I might have to shift everybody one over. Leave a space here on purpose. And then I'll put the acrylic stand on top of the old Game Boy thingy. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave them separated like this. Despite the number of things that I write down every time, I think I don't really go back and read. So I'm still kind of confused on some things that I feel like we've already been through this multiple times before. To revise this process. I think... No, I actually even remember saying that I need to revise the process. And then the revision was to read through all the different stuff before we start on the next thing. But I guess this has kind of dragged on for so long that... kind of also forgotten if I... Even if I did read something, I probably would have forgotten by now. I'm gonna ping it here. But drawing. I'm still doing my studies, but drawing what I want. Drawing what you want, isn't that good thing? Because there's a but there. But anyways, you don't feel good or you don't feel happy if you're drawing, so you don't know what to do. I see. So, what? How do you feel if you're like playing games and like taking a break and not drawing though? Because I think it's very natural to kind of have ups like want to draw and not want to draw. How do I say this? Like, it's like I don't know how I appear on stream and how I appear sort of to you guys as I'm coming back here to do this every day, right? It's not like I want to do this every day in the sense that I want to get better, but I don't come in here being excited about, hey, I'm gonna do this thing or that thing. That's very rare. Like, I'm all this thing sucks, man. I just kind of coming here to do this once in a while, like yesterday or the day before. I forgot. I think it was yesterday, where we got an idea of, hey, this piece we can kind of turn it into something pretty insane, huh? Like it can be a whole new, different kind of content. Then I got a bit excited, but then that's it. But like 5 minutes, I was happy, and then after that, I'm like, oh, more stuff to do, I guess. Holy shit, a lot of stuff to do. So if you don't want to do it, I mean, like there's no reason you have to force yourself to do it per se. And then also no shame in, like, for example, if you like thick women and you like to you know engage in certain activities, there's also no reason why you cannot just be motivated by that to draw something. I think I don't know exactly how you're feeling, because it's very nuanced, right? A lot of these sort of I don't know if it's necessarily brain out, but like just your emotions are very nuanced. It's very hard to sort of emulate what someone else is feeling just based on their words. So maybe it will work, maybe it wouldn't. As an idea. What is this thing? Well, what is this thing? Holy shit! What am I drawing? Where's my notes? You want to draw a character I like, but I'm not satisfied with the idea of sketches and coming out, which is in turn demotivates you, and I don't know. Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me try to emulate this a little bit. I think so. I think everyone should be able to relate to this. Every artist, because it is just part of the process. I think I can remember like a few years ago, I will always be so motivated by this idea that I came out of this spark of inspiration, and I see this character dancing in my head. But then, like, when I put it down on paper, the anatomy is always something wrong with the anatomy. The lines, I never really got very neat looking, clean looking lines. It's never that flowy. It's kind of like weirdly thick in the middle sometimes. And it just doesn't feel good. And then I'll feel really terrible about it. And then I'll stop drawing. And then I'll just come back. I don't necessarily know what kind of advice I can give, because to me it feels like it's just part of the process. So I think there's like two things maybe that you can do. The first thing is to just step away from it when you're like kind of already in like this sort of a swamp, right? You're kind of doing things, but it doesn't really feel that good to do it, and the results are not necessarily satisfying. I would say you should probably step away from it for a little bit, because what tends to happen is that the negative emotions kind of stack up, and it affects you a little bit more than just that one piece of art, right? It's going to slowly start to compound, and the next time you pick up a pen, you might recount this sort of negative emotion, and then it demotivates you that way, which has happened to me quite a bit. um that's number one. Number two maybe is a different frame of mind. This one is a lot harder to do, I would say. But like, because the progress is always going to be super slow. The progress is always going to be very inconsistent. You're going to feel better one day and worse another day. Um, but I would say, right, like the fact that you're feeling this sort of you're facing all these difficulties, you're having all these troubles, is a sign that you're in the right direction. I think because you're tackling the stuff that's the trickiest. You're tackling the stuff that you're not sure about, that's not in your control. And if you frame your mind maybe in this way, it might make it a little bit more easier to sort of push on. But there's no real sort of advice that from me that I can give that will make you feel good about what you're drawing. Is how I'm seeing this. Because I'm thinking back to my own experience, and I don't think there's anything anyone could have said that makes me feel good about it. The only thing they might have helped me with is to just cope with that sort of negative emotion, the failed expectations, not meeting my expectations, and it just keep me on the path. Because the only way you will get better is to just be on the path. The only way you will eventually feel better and be happier about it is to be on that path. So I think, yeah, it's more of just kind of treat the symptom and make it easier to continue, rather than outright just being able to remove this negative emotion. I'm not 100% sure. In my own experience, this is kind of how it was. I would have to say it's very, very miserable because I kind of just have to deal with it myself. And half the time, I just kind of stop. I would stop for like a month, 2 months, 3 months. And then eventually, my desperation for wanting to get better will trump that negativity. And I'll give it a try again. And then it's just a repeated process of this nonsense. I'm looking for the mic, by the way. I saw it just now. I forgot where it went. Oh, it's over here. I don't know if anyone else has any better way to deal with this. Um, oh, I know what this is now. Ah, that's a stupid ass wire trying to sit on the screen here and then going to the back. Oh my god. Anyways, you got nothing. It's very hard, I would say. Like I feel like this process, this thing of like wanting to draw something and not having it come out the way you want it to be, I honestly think it's gonna be there forever because I'm still feeling it every time. It just feels easier to accept now because I understand that number one, you don't have to necessarily meet that expectation. There is still something else in there that can help you convey your ideas and stuff. You don't have to be that perfect. And then number two is just like, hey, I guess I'm, maybe not necessarily that skilled, and that's fine too, right? Like it's a journey. I guess it's gonna take time. I'm getting softer and softer because I'm getting less and less confident with what I'm saying. But I'm just kidding. Yeah, you got me. Yeah, I see the manga that you've been drawing, Igami, like some of those panels and frames, and I honestly, like, I still can't really do that right now. Like, I feel like the level of consistency and the expectation that I have in my head would just inherently make it really impossible to do stuff like that. There's so many things to go wrong when you draw manga, I feel like. Perspective looking side is kind of weird. I think like the biggest thing would be keeping a consistent character and proportion between all the panels, and also having the idea of the story convey really well. And I think both of those things are really hard to do. Pretty much guaranteed to fail in some extent, and then I don't think I'm very equipped to deal with that. So if you can push through till the end, I think that's very respectable. Um, but yeah, art is just pretty much torture, I think, most of the time. I hope it'd be fun one day. One day it'll be fun, right, guys? One day. I think it goes back to the whole idea of compromise. A lot of the negative emotions I felt beginning because I didn't know how to compromise, right? It's like I want this, I want it, I want it to be this good, but it is not, and therefore I feel really terrible. But like the compromising part is pretty important, I guess. You have to be okay with not being able to hit everything, and learn to just see the good sides and then just go on to the next piece. I think is probably it. I'm sure like show like the stuff that you did may not be 100% what you wanted, but like are you able to find something that you like, that you think is okay, that you feel like you've improved? You know, like if you can't find something like that every time, I would say it would probably help with your sort of keeping yourself going. Maybe make you feel a little bit better about the whole situation too. But it depends on you. I think that part would depend on mostly on you. But like, yeah, I guess it all depends on you, because it's your perception of everything. The confusion, huh? I I'm assuming this confusion is like whether if you're doing the right thing and whether if you're improving and whether if like the path that you're on is the correct path. That kind of confusion. It would make sense to me that it's something like that. And I think let me see. Look at my document. Hang on a second. I have this stupid ass document, right? And basically this important so-called important section here is all of these sort of these issues here, right? Like because the correctness problem is very difficult to you'll never know if it's truly like you're doing the right thing or heading in the right direction per se. That's why I think it's important that you have an idea of why you're doing this, right? You want to do this because you want to draw those characters, and then as long as you're working towards in some way working towards drawing those characters better, I think that is the correct way to do it. That would be the correct path. And then if that's settled, then the next thing would be uh, how to get better, I suppose. But I think haven't I seen you do a bunch of stuff in the Discord? Did I? Let me see. I feel like the best way to do it, I mean, the correct way to do it is just knowing your direction, knowing why you're doing this, continuously work towards that. And then in terms of how to work towards that, it will be to find artists that you like who are already in a position that you want to be in, and then try to study them, try to copy them. Do it one time, do it 10 times, do it 100 times. And then eventually the shapes and the flow of the lines and the ideas will internalize. You will feel it. Because if you've done something many times enough, you will kind of sort of intuitively want to do certain things a certain way. Um, I think, sorry, like this document is not really very uh, clear as to certain some of the ideas, I think. Mhm. Yeah, I don't think the sequence is able to. Like the trust the process idea is like half a meme and like also pretty true because like you just kind of have to keep grinding at it, I suppose. If you have a good idea of what you want to draw, why you want to draw, an artist that you like, I would say just try to follow what they do. And then you'll basically 100% get there. It will just take some time. And then that's the trust the process part. You just trust that like practicing by copying, practicing by studying their forms and anatomy, it's going to get you to where you want to be. What did I do actually? I didn't have a specific artist, which I think hurt a lot, but it was the same thing, I suppose. I would find a reference each time that I like, use it as much as I can. Yeah, art is gonna be very slow. This the part is I guess it's one of the parts that I still have a lot of problems with. I don't like how slow this process is. I don't know how many hours we spent on this current one already, by the way. It's probably more, if not getting close to the one we spent on the Arknights one. Yeah, also... Yeah, some of the stuff that I say, I can't even follow myself, honestly. The compromising and stuff like that it's really hard for me to do. I'm looking at the shapes here and I'm like, yeah, this is not the kind of shape I want. I want it to be exactly what the real thing is. I'm definitely going to touch 3D for sure this year. I think we're definitely going the 3D route. We set up environment, set up props, and then we just render the shapes out, and then we paint over it. That's the only way to get the precision I want without putting in the effort that is required to do it by hand. Gonna do that. It's gonna be very clinical, but then we can always try to break it up afterwards. I have to find our own answer here. Yeah, sure. I'll say maybe step away from it for a bit if you can. But then otherwise, I think whatever that you're doing now, I think makes sense. You just... Because like what you said before, right? Like even if you don't necessarily feel so good, you're still continually drawing. Continuing to draw. And that's the most important thing, I would say. Whatever it takes to keep you on that path. If it means stepping away from it a bit, that's fine too, right? If it means trying something new, that's also fine. As long as you're on that path. And your goals are clear. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. You can always just get feedback from people. But then if you're getting feedback from people, I would say get feedback from people that you... Oh, okay, this is a me problem. Uh... Right, right. Okay, okay. There's some more actionable items here, right? So you can get feedback. That's number one. You can also disconnect from the thing a bit. Whether if it's been by playing games or going out and doing something else like exercising. Uh, if you're not getting enough sleep, that also hurts. Yeah, if you're unable to focus on art when you're drawing art, that's also a problem. But I think that's rather unlikely, I think, given what I'm hearing. Alright, see you later, Yugami. But the taking advice thing, I think, is interesting because I think it makes a lot of sense to do so. But at the same time, if it's me, the only person that I can take advice from would be people whom I really truly want to be. So it would be like all those really famous artists on the like I need someone who is already exactly where I want to be to tell me what they think I can do. Because otherwise it's like, how do I know that I can trust this person's ideas over my own? It's gonna be the same issue where like I will still continue to doubt what I'm hearing and what I'm being told. And I won't be able to follow it. So then there's no point. Hello, the virus. I would say you didn't really miss anything. I'm just doing this junk. Basically, I'm just trying to get the shapes in. Whoops, misclick. Misinput. I'm so bored. This thing sucks. Naruhodo Ne. This is technically under Ne. Very cool. And this is the one on top. Chair is on top just because everything else is like that. The things on top would be behind. Indeed, so it'll be here. Top shelf would be here. Do you have arts that you like without looking at context or artists? I'm kind of confused. Do you usually look at context and artists? I never really care if it's like what the context are. Like I'm assuming the context is talking about the context of why the art is being drawn, right? Like for example, is this for a game or is this for a competition or for a poster design, that kind of stuff? You're not talking about the context in the art, which is like what the characters are doing and stuff like that. If that's the case, I've never looked at the context and the artist. I've only ever looked at the art. I don't care too much like why people did certain things. It's just that whatever that they did looks nice. Wow, this looks pretty nice, you know? Do people tend to look at the context and the artist? Is that... But what's the point of doing that though? Sorry, where's my shit? What? Where'd it go? Oh, these guys are outside. Yeah, Lamau. Oh shit. Right, of course. I've been drawing VC asking for feedback. It doesn't look right and helping with some. I'm afraid that it's making overly reliant on friends. Like, what's wrong with being overly reliant on friends? So I'm trying to understand this idea of being overly reliant on friends, right? Because so there's a couple things here. First of all, you are relying on them to give feedback, right? To help you improve. And what you're using is the skill. So the over reliant part, maybe you're being over reliant on someone else to give you feedback, to give you something to work on. They are solving my problems and actually solving my problems. I mean, you can think of it like that, I suppose. I mean, it's pretty simple fix, right, Sho? All you have to do is ask yourself, like, what do you feel like is the problem? And then you ask people, what do they feel like is the problem? Then that's it. You just have to add one more step. And then you're not overly reliant on them anymore. Because you have your own opinions. They will give you their opinion. And then you can figure out what the difference in opinions is and why that might be the case. And you're actually also honing your own your own ability to solve problems too. Problem solved. I hope. I'm not sure. What do you think? Yeah, that's true, right? That's true. Okay, I think it's easier if you write this out because there's a lot of components to this process here, right? What is it? So, shit, how do you even draw this out? So let's say your art skill is like here, and you're trying to go up here, right? You're currently here, and you're asking people, hey, so this is like you. Oops. And then this is other people. You're currently here and you're asking them, hey, how do I get better? They're like, oh, you can go do something and then you can get better. So they give you option number 1. They give you option A. You can think about yourself and get option B. But then regardless of whether if it's option A or B, you are still the one who's making this change. You still have to push this up yourself. This is the part that Duvet is talking about, where even if you're getting feedback from other people, you're relying on other people for some feedback, you still have to do this yourself. You're still pushing this up yourself. Right, so there's 3 skills here. There's the art skill, there's this like sort of grinding, and the problem solving here. And then there's another problem solving here, which is your how to improve problem solving, right? So this is like analysis. There's like 3 skills involved here. Your skill here is entirely on you. You're not over relying on anyone, right? Your skill here is also depending on your own efforts. You're also not, there's no one who can do this for you. This part here is you, right? The only thing you're saying that might be over reliant is maybe your analysis. You might not be able to figure out a way to go up, and you're asking for feedback. But all you have to do is ask the question first. So make this come first. And whether if you have a good answer here, so when you ask yourself, what do you think you can do better? It doesn't mean that you have to get a correct answer. It just means you have to get an answer. The important thing is you go through this path. And then when you ask people and you get a feedback, you try to think about what kind of thought process they went through. Like, what is this path? And that will help you with your own problem solving. And then you're just pushing all 3 skills up together. It's not really a problem to ask people for help. The problem comes when like stuff like, for example, people are malicious, they give you bad advice. People are malicious, they're jealous or something, they give you wrong things, right? That actively works against that if you do it pushes you down, for example, for whatever reason, right? Those are the kind of problems. Other problems might involve, you know, like maybe stuff like what you're feeling now in terms of like because of this action, you feel maybe a little bit more less confident in yourself. You maybe feel a little bit uncomfortable or like imbalance in your heart, and that might impede your own ability to do these things. But as it stands right now, there is no issue with the setup that you have going, which is just getting feedback. I don't think there's any issue there. And even then, like being overly reliant on this, I still wouldn't really think it's a problem. You would like this, right? But think of the case where you don't have this. The important thing is this art skill here. If you always find people to give you feedback and you can still push your skill up to a satisfying level to the max, and you're using this skill to do your own projects, then even when these guys are gone, you still have this to fall back on. You still have your actual skills, even if your analysis is not as strong, or maybe you don't have it. That's why I think it's also not a problem. Because the goal is slightly different here. This is just my way of seeing things, based on what you have described. Whether if it's makes sense to you, you can decide, and makes sense to anyone else. That I don't know if it makes sense to anyone else, but yeah. So this is the target. Right? So what am I doing here? I'm doing this. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure. It's the same structure for me too. It's the same structure. Relying on other people, yeah, the main issue is always just the input that's coming in from other people. Because the thing you have to remember is that these people, first of all, makes experience, right? Second of all, there is a language translation barrier here. You have to understand that this here is not necessarily so easy to convey via words, right? So lost in translation, but not in terms of like between different human languages, but in terms of just the idea of art and also the language that you're using. And then there's also the idea that like they don't necessarily know where you want to go when you describe something. It's kind of similar to this, I guess. Makes experience. Yeah, actually it's encompassed. All the sort of problems is kind of encompassed here. Also, there's also bad actors, I guess. But let's just ignore malicious for a bit, right? Because we were talking about the context of observer, which I don't think this exists currently, which is great. But let's ignore this for now. But the mixed experience makes it so that the opinions might either be wrong or it might be severely biased. Because if it's someone who never done animation before, and they try to give some advice on animation, it's gonna be inherently slightly off, right? Even if it's not necessarily 100% wrong. Or like when you ask people for how to render certain things, they can only draw from their own ways of rendering it. They wouldn't necessarily know how to render something else. That kind of stuff. But the structure has no problem, I think. Just you have to figure out this interface here. What goes out, how people will perceive it, and what comes back in, and how you can perceive that. Yeah, this loss in translation is actually two ways. There's a two-way loss in translation. The one that goes out, the one that comes in. Honestly, this is not really related to art. This is just a general communication, actually. This is relevant for everything else, as long as you're talking to people. Interesting. Yeah, if I lay it out like that, I think the reason why I never really went for when I really got advice was primarily, I think it's primarily because I didn't trust people to understand what is it that I want when I don't really know what is it that I want. And as a result, unless it's an artist that is doing exactly what I wanted to do, which I didn't even know what it was, I cannot trust what they're saying because I don't know what they're saying is correct, right? They can tell me to do X, Y, and Z, but if they're not where I want to be, how do I know that doing X, Y, and Z will get me to my place and not just end up in where they are? And I think that's probably the biggest reason why I didn't bother looking for people. Also, a couple of the fact that I didn't know where to look for people and how to look for people and what kind of resources are even out there. But it was primarily because I shut down the idea of even looking for people first. But so it's on me for sure. More so than the environment. That's interesting. It's interesting. It's a lot of different ideas here. Wait, where am I? Let's jump. From Magic Clearing. Yeah. Let me write it down, by the way. This part is a bit unclear, I guess, and also I'm just making notes of it. I don't necessarily think this is the right spot, but this is just a list of stuff that I need to go through eventually when I want to make video. So I just want to account for everything that we talked about. Because good shit. That's all very good shit. It's also very hard to think of everything by yourself. So as problems come up, as things come up again, more reflection can be done and more documentation can be done, so that down the line the video can be as comprehensive as possible. I don't even know when that's gonna be at this rate. My friend critics I though I knew something was wrong, not sure exactly. The intern gave me a redraw of the part and how and why this made me feel like. I see. Copy it. I would venture a guess that from the way Show is saying it, Show probably didn't feel like he learned anything from doing this exercise. Is that how you feel about it? Because like if Show felt like they learned something, this sentence would have been phrased differently. It would be like, oh yeah, there's this one time that I did feel, like, but I did learn something or something like that. I feel like it would be slightly different, but um, it's kind of interesting that I'm trying to guess at what he's saying when he show is right here, and probably typing out the answer. This delay is interesting. Just immediately start speculating before anything. Stupid ass Mike, get out of here. Mike is on the way. I still cannot see shit. Okay, never mind. Oh, but it's actually better because I can see through this line, but not the other one. I hasn't realized it? Yeah, I suppose, yeah. But I can sort of relate a little bit to that. I think there was one time I don't know if I mentioned this, but at some point in time in my life, I signed up for this sort of more traditional drawing lesson where you kind of sit in front of an easel, right? They teach you how to hold that stupid ass pencil in that stupid ass pencil holdy way. And then all I did was draw circles, like draw spheres and triangles and like cones and like squares and cubes. And of course, it's a very frustrating experience because you're not drawing anything you want to draw. And you have to so-called trust the process, right? But there was this one time where I drew something wrong, I guess, and the guy wanted to adjust for me. But all he did was erase what I drew and then drew over it and then drew something that was better. And I can obviously see that it's better. But he never gave me a chance to make a correction. He never explained why it was better. He just explained that it was wrong. Right. He just said that it was wrong. And that was the most frustrating experience I have ever had. And I stopped going right after that because I realized that this guy can't teach. Like, he doesn't really know what he's doing, like, in terms of teaching. All he is able to do is being good at drawing, but like he cannot convey his ideas in a way that I can understand. Maybe someone else can, but I just gave up on him. That was maybe it's similar to what Show felt, but they did get an explanation, so maybe it's like, honestly, I'll be able to solve it in the future on my own, right? But like, here's the thing, right? Like, it's I think that's normal. What you have seen, right? So because art is very complex, right? You have different perspective, different composition, different colors, different setup, and everything sort of affects everything a little bit. So the solution that you were provided is only for that very specific case, and I'm sure this is what you're feeling like right now. And I think that's fine. I think that's perfectly normal. The way that you solve problems in life is you have seen enough different patterns and you find that pattern in the back, right? Intelligence is pattern recognition. In school, what you're being taught is a bunch of patterns. Patterns in language, patterns in science, patterns in math, right? It's just that math and science are very clear in terms of there being a formula to show that pattern. But in life, it's more of like just coming across a lot of different experiences and cases and going through it, finding a solution, whether if it's the best one, the correct one, or something. Just find one, figure out if it's good and bad. Maybe you kind of figure out on the spot, right? You come back, sometimes you come back to our piece and you realize it's better. Then from there, you slowly build your experience. And then over time, you will be able to solve it on your own. It is not expected of you to be able to solve it just because you got one data point, right? You can't plot a graph with one point. It is very normal. I get exactly what you're feeling. 100%. Yes, thank you, Uni. Have a good night. And yeah, as the virus pointed out, I guess not everyone does have a chance to get like a second opinion, right, from someone else. A lot of times we just kind of work with our own sort of understanding of the world and our own best estimates, and we don't even know if it's good. We don't know if it's right or wrong. It just looks kind of okay or maybe right at the moment, but later you come back, you realize it's not very good. Shit like that happens all the time, right? I think it's completely normal. This makes perfect sense. Um, Soundbar HDD. It is very hard, indeed. I think anatomy, I'm still struggling a lot right now. I've gotten a lot better because we did the 3 months grind last year, like early last year, right? But I can still kind of only draw like more like a 3/4 standing pose, and that's kind of about it. Everything else is still quite a bit of a struggle. The only thing I've kind of gotten better to deal with that is just, well, I guess being better at dealing with being bad, I suppose. It's just gonna take time, I think. Very slowly. Slow burn. Oh yeah, I should have done that first. Okay, never mind. It's problem solved. I think it is possible. Yes, let's take this guy too. Tamagotchi can be on its own layer, but this guy can be together. So what's the difference, right? Just understanding that as a grind. It kind of sucks there's no better solution than this. I feel like there should be something. Not for this art piece, as in like just in general with like the process of art. It kind of sucks that it sucks. And that seems to just be the way that it is. But like, I mean, like I get that like a good part of this sort of difficulty and like negative thing that I've always felt, it's just a part of me. It's just because of me. It's a me problem. Where either I can't compromise or I am not having realistic expectations and stuff like that. Is this just how life is, I suppose? Like how this goes? Or maybe there's like a way to work around it. To not have to be a different person myself, but rather work in a different way where it would be a little bit easier. I don't know what I'm saying, if what I'm saying makes sense, but I just realized these guys are might have to come out a little bit more. This doesn't really fit in that space, I don't think. Yeah, no, I'm very scared. I don't know if what I'm doing makes sense because I do need lines, right? The virus. Like I feel like without lines, I I am very scared. I don't know how it's gonna. Okay, let me just turn off the sketch real quick, right? Yeah. Wait, hang on. So we have the mic and stuff. I am not sure what I'm doing. It makes sense. But I can't think of a better way to approach it, or that I would like to approach it. A better way that I would like to do to approach. Wait, what? A better way to approach it that I like. So I'm just kind of doing things because I know this is gonna be helpful later too. So I guess I'll just do it for now. Figure it out down the line here. My God. So you two are responsible for this. I'm gonna just pull this out. I hope it doesn't require a redraw here. I don't really want to redraw this. Not that it's hard, it's just like more work. I don't want to do more work. Right, yeah. I think like the... Actually, this might be a different way of thinking. Hang on, let me... Sorry, I just saw your message show. Let me write some more stuff down. Because I feel like... Oof. In the past, I would have stopped because... Maybe because I didn't want to finish it enough, actually. So this idea of that is never a failure, it's always a draft, you can always make it better. This only works if you truly still want to finish it and see the end of it. Because like, you are gonna feel terrible about it. This might make it feel a little bit less terrible, but you still feel terrible about it. You still have to push through till the end. You still have to put in through the work. So kind of only works you to answer is very strong. It's either this, or you just have confidence in yourself that you can figure it out. Or maybe there's some other factor, but currently it feels like if I have the confidence to know that, you know, even if the process is bad, even though I have to take more time to put in the lines later, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna see it till the end. I'm gonna make it work. Then I can just do it. I can just put it on paper first and figure it out later. But this will also only apply if I still really want to see it be done, right? Because at some point it's gonna be really tedious. It's gonna be kind of sucks, and I might just quit if I didn't want to see it finished enough. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. There's a lot of nonsense. I click on every single step plan video. I hate that I click on every step, single steps / plan video. I don't know what that means. Are you watching YouTube videos on planning? Again, like you have to understand, like every single one of those videos is a separate voice, including mine, whatever that I'm saying today. And the truth is that any one of them could possibly work and any one of them could possibly fail because they're made for the person who made it. Those videos, every single one of these things, including what I'm presenting, is made for myself, right? It's made by the person for themselves. They think it's made for other people, but it's actually for themselves, right? So whether if it works for you or not, it's a huge toss-up. And the only way you can know if it works or don't work is you give it a try. But you have to also remember that this is a process that you're trying. You're not trying like a new piece of food and you will know immediately if it's good or bad. So you have to try it for a while and see if it works. Nobody tells you how do you make your own. Well, there is no show like you. How do I say this? Like if I tell you to make a plan right now, what would you do? You can do it right now. And I'm sure you have made your own plans before. If you just think about it, like what you identify a goal, right, that you want to achieve, and then you think about certain logical steps that will get you there. That is a plan. That is a roadmap. That's it, right? It doesn't take a lot to make it. I think what you're maybe thinking of is to make something that works, that you can believe in, and so on and so forth. But then that doesn't just happen. Like you kind of make a plan, you try it out, you see if it works, and then you revise the plan, and then you keep doing this process of making a plan. The process of making a process. And then at the end of the day, after trying and failing and doing a bunch of things, you will come up with a plan that you're satisfied with that actually works for yourself. And then you'll be one of those people making a video about it. That's kind of how it goes. So like, have you made a plan before? Have you tried making one before? Or are you like, because I imagine like you don't just kind of draw every random thing every time you draw something, right? You kind of think about what you want to draw and why you might want to draw this over something else. If you have that like experience, you can try to think back like what worked and what didn't work, and then try to iterate from there. I think it's because for me it's the same, right? My stupid ass roadmap that I abandoned like 6 months into it. I'm gonna make it be hidden underneath, but this side needs to be visible. Yeah, it's okay. This part is gonna be super dark anyway. I don't think I have to be that rigorous here. Everything on the top shelf is gonna be decently dark, except for the characters. So this is good enough. What do I have left? I have like all the organic shapes, I think. Oh, there's some more stuff here. It's kind of vague now. It was like, oh, man, this and that was much of help. And this and that, well, that wasn't of much help. I think so. Going back to what you have, right? Like, so show because there's a lot of sort of abstract stuff that we're talking about of how to approach it. Let's say we want to deal with this specific problem that you have right now, that you feel like you can't make a plan, right? And you want to come up with a plan for yourself of how to do certain things and how to make it effective, I guess. You want a plan that's effective, right? You don't just want a plan. You want a plan that you know can work. We can try to work to create something like this, but the important thing to keep in mind is that planning, actually I have it in the document here even, planning is great, but planning only works when you have experience, which we don't have right now. Because a lot of things will not go the way that you want it to go, or you think that it might go. Including like what you might get out of doing a specific study, for example. But you can still try to plan, right? This is not stopping you. So you said you had a plan before and learn certain maybe anatomy, maybe learn body, learn arm, learn this and that. Well, that wasn't much help, right? So you have to be a little bit clearer here. So what was the plan made for, right? What was it made for? And what do you mean by it wasn't of much help? Was the plan made so that you can get better anatomy? And then when you said that if that's the case, right? When you say it wasn't of much help, was it because you feel like you still didn't understand the anatomy as well as you would like? Or some other reason, right? Like we can start to dive down into the specifics, right? But you have to be very specific, I think, is the thing. If you look at all of those videos of road mapping and planning, I imagine they will be pretty specific about certain things, which is also why they're all so different, right? Because if everyone's talking about the generic ideas, the bigger plan, the bigger idea of just having a plan of having certain things and getting feedback, everyone will sound the same. But everyone's different primarily because they're being very specific, I think, of how they approach certain problems. I'm guessing here. I don't watch those videos. My videos are all brain rot videos, but bloop bloop bloop. I suspect there's like a few things in here that is kind of messing you up. One of it is probably how slow this process is, because it is a very slow process. I feel like art, right? Like if you just put in enough hours, you probably get really far. Like as long as you are like just working on something that you doesn't already know. So all the emotions usually tends to come from wanting to do things quick and wanting to do things fast, and it's not happening as quickly as fast as you would like it to be. But then that becomes a really difficult thing to handle because everyone progresses at different speeds. So there's no good way to be like, yeah, you're at your max speed already, or you can still go faster or something like that. It's there's no way to judge. Uh, that's kind of what I'm learning on stream. Is that like in the past I would be pretty impatient with a lot of things, but then now it's more like, well, you know, 3 hours a day doesn't seem like a lot. I seem to be doing jack shit for like half the streams anyways, but yet like at the end of it, I'm still accomplishing way more than I ever did. I guess it's fine. I'm okay with being a little bit slower now. It's like one of the takeaways that I've got from the stream. It's just that I don't have to really think about efficiency too much, and that made it a lot easier to handle these things, I feel like. Because I don't feel like so much of a failure when things don't happen quickly. I understand that now it's just gonna take some time, I guess. Even if I don't like the fact that that's the case. But anyways, yeah, sure. If you have more specifics of your plan and the issues you faced and stuff like that, that would be oh my god, why am I doing it like this? Do it like this. Oh my god, that's like 5 bajillion things left. Holy shit. I really feel more like an unk nowadays, honestly. Like I see people that are younger working on the same thing that I'm working on. And I'm just like, yeah, these people are gonna go so far. I could have gone so much further if I just had started earlier. I'm like, oh shit, bro. I'm old. The way I'm thinking about everything is like such a unk way of thinking about things. I get like why people say young people are like, you know, infinite possibility. You really can see them doing anything. You can really see it. They have so much time. They have so much potential. If only they would just spend the time not jacking off and playing games or something, you know? But like, yeah, like a lot of potential. Sure, this is on top of below. Can I push it below? Yeah, let's push it below. It's fine. Find something you like, and I like everything. Um, I'm making the same mistake that everyone else would make reading that comment, the virus, and I think the mistake would be that, you know, if all you need is one thing you like, but you like everything, doesn't that mean that you can just do anything, right? But like, I know that's not how it works, right? Because it is it's kind of hard to commit to one thing, and as a result, your attention is kind of split. And as a result, you kind of just end up like me. Do animation one stream, do a illustration one stream, do a website another stream. Your attention is split, and that inherently makes it really hard to get really good at one thing. But I think the unique position that we are in is that we get to merge a lot of things together. We get to bring a lot of things into one thing. And for my case, it would be programming, it would be music, it would be like, I can't do music, right? But at least I can put, like, this is what we're doing here today. Put all these things together and then try to make something new out of it. Instead of just being stuck on one single thing that we like, I guess, would be the silver lining. But it is, I think, more complicated because it is not clear. The path is very, very unclear. And you have to make decisions. You have to drop something. You have to choose something over something else. And it always feels terrible to do so. Yeah, it feels pretty terrible. Yes. I feel like, yeah, I feel like, well, nowadays I'm still hoping that I will find an artist that is just like me, doing exactly what I would like to do. And all I have to do is just follow in their footsteps. Being artist is good to be unique, right? It's good to be the only person doing that one thing, but at the same time, it's so much easier if you just have a role model to follow. But I digress. From what I meant, from wasn't of much help is that I feel like I didn't make progress from it as I thought, and it was as helpful as I thought it would be at that time. I mean, if let me think. So I'm kind of confused because you said that you didn't feel like you make as much progress, but it was also as helpful as I thought. Okay, I guess those things are not mutually exclusive. I mean, that sounds like a successful plan, though. If you have a plan, you executed it, you got it was as helpful as you thought it would be, which is very perfect, by the way, because usually planning, you always overplan, underplan, you underestimate or overestimate something, right? But if you're exactly on the dot, that's great. Why not just make a new plan? Like, what's the issue here then, if that's the case? You didn't make much progress from it as you thought. So again, I think it's like just a time thing, right? So more like a patience thing and like a speed thing and efficiency thing. You want to get things done faster, at a faster rate, and then you're not necessarily satisfied at the rate that you're progressing right now. I think it's a valid thing to be worried about. I think it's also valid to want to go faster always. That's all I feel like I want to do in everything that I do. I'm wondering how to approach this problem, right? It feels very reminiscent of like playing RTS, right? Your goal is to kill the enemy. You have to build an army to kill the enemy. But you can always invest some stuff into the economy first so you get more resources so you can build a bigger army faster or a better army. So now you can either just keep using your plan because you already run it once and it worked at making you better at what you want to get better at. So you already have a way of going forwards. But you can also take some time to revise the plan. Right? Some examples would be you can reflect on when you're executing the plan. Let me see. How would I do this, right? Because yeah, actually I'm not necessarily a very good person to ask because I'm very bad with keeping to plans. What tends to happen is I have a plan, I try it, and I'm not very actively participating in the plan mentally. So when I get out the other end, I have something to show for it, and I will feel not as good as I would like to feel. But because I'm not mentally very present, I also don't really know what I could have done better. I think it's what tends to happen. So I'm not really sure how you can improve the plan necessarily. Because if you don't already know how to make the plan better, because if I were to try a plan and I figure out that it didn't work, I would immediately know that why it didn't work. But in your case, it worked, right? It's more about just making it better. I don't know, man. Like art is one of those things where you kind of just grind. So if you want to get faster, better, faster. Holy shit! What? Then there's only one answer, which is to just keep grinding. I feel like. I think the plan is to just keep doing. It is hard. It is hard. Actually, I'm curious, Sho. How do you feel right now after all this talk? Do you feel just as lost? Do you feel just as confused? Or maybe you feel slightly better because you can share your ideas with people and then you feel a little bit better about the thing? Maybe you feel like you can do a little bit more because you've let something off your chest. More losses is not sure if I'm improving, unsure if it's the right direction or to what should I even practice? Well, actually, there's also another solution to that. Is if you just tell me like specifically what is it that your goal is, and then specifically, I guess what you're not sure about not improving or not, or like the direction and stuff like that. I can at least offer some advice, I suppose, and people here can also offer some more advice. I guess you've really talked to people here before. There's people from server for the most part, I think. I ask you the stuff I ask you because sometimes it's like if it's truly just like a rate problem, like an expectation I want to go faster problem, sometimes just talking to people about feeling slow is also kind of nice. I think the process is inherently slow. I don't think there's any way around it. So I think if you can talk to people and feel slightly better about the situation, I think that is about the best thing you can do, honestly. Man, this thing's gonna kill me. Holy shit, this thing sucks. Oh my god, whose idea is this? Oh, it's dark because of the... what am I supposed to do? Contrast sand with colors. My god, I cannot see it. What time is it? 1:30? And every day I feel like I should just work on illustration and only illustration, just get better at rendering. And then I get distracted by shit like this. Or trying new ideas. I guess what we're doing now is still pretty relevant. Well, I mean, but if I didn't have to do this animation thing, I would have gone for a more rough and painterly approach. And we would be well into painting by now, I would say. Because I don't have to keep all the shapes so clean, per se. But like, it would still have been helpful. Maybe I would have done it anyways. And thinking about efficiency in art is honestly a taboo. It never made me feel good. Always made me feel bad. Everything sucks. Oh my god, it sucks. Ah. Can I go now? Don't work because it's not centered. Well, the glass doesn't have to be perfect. This is another one of my problems. I keep thinking it needs to be a perfectly straight line, but it doesn't have to be. Draw any character and be able to convey their vibe, a bit of story in the personality too, maybe in that of a single illustration. So illustrator, character focused. Do you want backgrounds? But either way though, as long as characters are involved and the character is a decently main focus, I would say that's not the main goal. I see. So let's say you're drawing your ideal illustration right now, right? What does that look like? And what is your main difficulty with that? I'm sure you have tried it before, right? Right, think of the idea, think of something that it is that you want to do 100%. This is what I want to draw. I don't know why you sound like this, but and you do it right now. Or if you have done it before too, that would be great. Some past experience to draw on. What do you not like? Because I don't really know where exactly you are on this journey. Also, by the way, I don't know if what I'm doing here is necessarily going to help you. So if you feel frustrated or if you like I'm not talking about stuff, I don't really get what you're saying. You know, feel free to stop the conversation. That's completely fine too. Because there are times I've encountered people who are very enthusiastic at helping, but they just don't really know what they're talking about. Either because they're not experts in the field, or they just don't really get the ideas I'm conveying, and it can be kind of frustrating. And if that's the case, just feel free to let me know, and we can do something else. But anyways, I think I like the skills. Not sure if that's the reason or not. Well, like the skills of what exactly, right? Because like if you want to plan, if you want to get better, you have to be very specific. So what I'm hearing so far is you're drawing a character and be able to convey a bit of a story. For example, something like the silence thing I keep bringing up because recently we were talking about this, but I got lag. Like if you're drawing something like this, for example, right? I'm not saying like how do I say this? Let's say if you were trying to just draw a character illustration like this, no real backgrounds or anything like that. What would you not be satisfied with if you had done something like this? Or if in your past when you have done something like this, what was it that you are not satisfied with? The first thing that comes to mind. You can so you do that, right? You think of these past experiences. You think about the stuff that you didn't like or you struggle with. Maybe it's the anatomy that you always struggle with. Maybe the clothing folds you struggle with. Maybe the rendering, you don't really know the materials and stuff like that. You kind of just make a list of these things. Go through that list and find one thing that you want to tackle. Tackle it for a little bit. And the tackling involves basically doing studies and just keep drawing that part over and over and over and over. Not necessarily the same thing, right? You don't have to draw the same piece or the same from the same reference, but you will just work on that thing. If it's anatomy, you'll do a lot of different poses. You break down each pose, figure out where the arms and legs go. If it's clothing, you also do the same thing, but with a lot of clothing references, you break down the shapes, break down the folds, and be like, oh, this is that, this is this. You do that for like a month for that one thing. And then you draw exactly what you wanted to draw again. So in this case that we're talking about, you would draw something like this. Just a character, no backgrounds, maybe some effects in here and there. And then evaluate yourself on that one specific skill. On that very one specific area. And you can ask yourself, did I get better or not? Right? If you got better, the next step would be to go back to that list that you identified before and figure out what you want to work on next. It could be the same thing, it could be something else, right? If you didn't get better, if you feel like you didn't get better, that's a bit trickier because it could be a process thing or it could be like a perception thing at that point in time. It could also be that one singular execution that is not very good. But that's a very case by case basis though. I feel like if that was the case where you spend like a month trying to practice for something and you still feel like you didn't really improve that much or noticeably, I would say like you probably want to talk to someone more experienced with the specific case. Like, hey, I want to get better at this. I did this exercise for a month. I came back and I did this. I feel like I didn't improve. What do you think? You know, like maybe get some more feedback from that way. Because that would be very case by case. Might be the way that you're studying. Might just be your own perception. Maybe your own expectations raised along with your practice too. Maybe you actually did get better. It could be a lot of different things, I feel like. Stuck on Wednesday, you just vibe out like drawing ice. It would have been easier to ask you about random stuff. I see. If it's stuff that is very vibe heavy. Oh, that is a very tricky situation. I think the only solution I have for myself right now is also just to vibe it out because I think the logical part of me is basically saying that like there has to be something in there uh that affects the vibe, right? There must be something in there that changes it. And I mean there is something in there that changes it. Let me try to figure this out. So in my head, vibing out is akin to basically not necessarily being very in control of all the variables, where you're just kind of pushing things randomly and slightly just kind of praying, right? Like that it would end up being good. Whereas a more structured approach would be to identify all of the different variables that you can toggle. For example, in terms of eyes, um, eyes, what are there? So you have the frame itself, whether if it's going higher, whether if it's going lower, whether if it's like straighter or more angular and stuff like that. Maybe the proportion of the eye, maybe this value versus this value. And then there is the eyes themselves where you have the ones that show the bottom or that do not show the bottom where it's flat. But they are very narrow. But then it's also a lot of different angles. Right, no. But there's still a structured way to do this, I guess, if I really wanted to. True, I would say it's true, actually. To be honest, I feel like, yeah, there is this gap, huh? Because I know what you're saying, Device. I've tried it before, where I try to put a box. And, like, for example, there are certain angles where maybe, like this, I probably should stop using something so thick. The nose was here, for example, and then you put the box here, and then you try to put the eye in the box. And then if the eye was to supposed to be like this in the box, I guess you identify this point, this point, this point. And then you kind of join it. And it always comes out a little bit weird because it's way too rigid. But why is the gap though, I wonder, right? Like, cause yeah, like what is the gap? So at some point in time, like, so how do I say this? Like, if you think in the logical way, then it should be logically and technically correct and consistent with a set of rules. So we're saying basically that what looks good actually doesn't follow the rules, and that's why the rules doesn't work. Um, then right, that would be the case then if that's the case. If it doesn't look good because of even if you follow the rules, kind of works though in this case. Actually, this works better than I expected. If I'm being honest, I thought it was gonna look like shit. Sure, the virus. I am slightly against the idea personally. I'm against the idea because it depends on how you work as well. Because for me personally, if I get really caught on one thing, um, dang, there's a lot of conflicting thoughts in my head all of a sudden. I think the main thing that I thought of is that eyes and face and like the head in general, right? It's gonna be present in every piece of painting you draw, anyways. So there's no need to necessarily be super duper good at the eyes before you move on to everything else. Because when you practice everything else, you kind of also would be touching on this probably, especially if you're drawing like a full body character kind of thing. Uh, but the other thing I think is more relevant is that sometimes it doesn't have to be that good, but then it's the eyes though. So I also get it. So it's yeah, I'm sure you know what's better for yourself. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really is trust the process. Trust the process is simultaneously such a meme ass phrase, but also this basically the basis to everything. You just have to keep doing it enough times to really get it. It's it's interesting. So rather catch up to that level. What's it called? I forget. I saw level hundreds. Oh, I see. I don't know if there's a name for that, but I get what you're saying now. It comes back to observational skills, I think. There are some skills that kind of carry across different parts. Because being able to understand something in 3D space, for example, helps you understand other stuff in 3D space. And because everything is a thing in 3D space, you kind of get better kind of sort of logic. Does make sense. Makes sense. Hmm. To get stuck on, huh? I think it'd be probably better to phrase it as eyes are a better part to focus, like to work on. To get stuck on sounds kind of, because stuck is not good, and then getting stuck on, like you say, in a strong focal point is also probably not a good thing. But yeah, like of all the things to work on, I would say I guess eyes are very important. They're probably the most important thing then. Like having like slightly bad anatomy, slightly bad hands, but like good face and good eyes and good hair is way better than having like really good body, but your eyes are like wonky. I would say. Yeah, sure. Like if it, whatever that helps you keep drawing, that's the single most important thing. Whether if you have a plan or not, whether if you feel good or bad about it or not, as long as you can keep drawing, whether if it's because you found motivation or you found just a way to relieve that stress, um, that is the single most important thing I would say. I wouldn't call myself that. I don't even make money from art. I don't think I get to be called that. I think. Yeah, sure. All the best. At least if I were to be taking commissions or something, Dubé, I think I'll be a little bit more able to accept that. But as it stands right now, that is just not correct. Yeah, I'm left with all the tiny dudes and dudettes. Actually, there's only girls here. Oh no, there's one land over here. I need to draw lines for them because these guys I don't want to just block. The other guys we can kind of hand wave a bit with some shading in here and there, but these guys I need to actually see them. They need to be a little bit tighter. Where am I? Oh, I just don't have it. Oh, here. Oh, I'm tired. This is giving me the illusion that we made more progress than we actually did. Because I usually don't go into colors unless all the lines are done. Not to say that we necessarily 100% need the lines, but I feel like this is a lie. Um uh Sorry, what? All these things as in like art related and not art related, right? I mean, I don't really talk to a lot of people about this. I talked to Lego Mia about this. Um, he's been on the stream like maybe twice. But that is only like in recent year even because I all the other nonsense before. No, but that being said, like I think a lot of the progress was made throughout this year and last year. I would say like the progress in terms of the discoveries with respect to like all these thoughts and processes and the thoughts about the processes and the processes about the thoughts is all developed in the past sort of past year and a half. Um, Primarily because I'm on stream. And I'm forced to basically sort of enunciate my thoughts in a way that makes sense to you guys because I'm talking. Sure, I might be talking to nobody. That's also possible. If there's 0 viewers, I will still try to talk, right? But the idea of talking is you're presenting ideas to someone else, and you have to be clear enough as to why, or what you're saying. And in that process, it forces you to reflect on what you're saying. Because when something comes out of your mouth, you're like, why did I say that? That doesn't really make a lot of sense. And then you start to wonder, like, why you said it the way you said it. Like, what kind of biases you had. Why do you have the biases? And what experiences led up to this bias? And then once you start doing this process over and over, a lot of things start to connect together. Now I'm really sure, like, I'm very clear as to why I'm the way I am, why I work the way I work. Actually, I would like to say that I'm very clear. Maybe I'm not that clear, but I'm definitely way clearer than I was before. So as for your question of yeah, all these things is just because I spend a lot of time talking to myself, or talking to you guys. In my room, I only have myself, so I think my neighbors think I'm crazy. Um. Uh. If not robotic, yeah, I try to be. I think I try to be as neutral as possible and as logical as possible because I feel like from what I've observed, like emotions kind of make things very complicated for no reason. I'm just too tired to deal with it. Um, but yeah, I'm glad to hear that, the virus. If I'm coming across like that, I think um I'm okay. I am where I would like to be, I think. I hope I stay that way, of course. And I think I mentioned this before. Like, if I start to become hypocritical, I would like people to point me out because I do my best to not say stupid ass shit that I don't believe in. But sometimes I would say the wrong thing because I thought I believe in it, but in reality, it's actually some other reason or something else underlying, and I didn't see it yet. Um. So yeah. Anyways, if I say stupid shit and do stupid shit, just let me know I'm doing stupid shit. Um. hmm. Right. You guys just don't get it. I think it's interesting. I think you guys just don't get it as a phrase that I you guys just don't get it as interesting because it's a phrase I've never really used before because I would think it that people might not understand and relate to what I'm saying, but I would never say it because that sentence kind of sounds like you're saying people are stupid, right? You're belittling people because they don't understand your point of view, 100%. But I also don't see any reason why everyone would be able to understand every other person's point of view. Right, I guess that's probably why. I just oh. But I don't know if my motivations are necessarily that good. Because I think the reason why I don't expect that is also just I don't really necessarily have a lot of faith in other people. I feel like people are kind of doing dumb shit half the time. I'm doing dumb shit half the time, all the time. I was like, I guess I'm just not expecting it out of people, so I don't. Anyways, Monkey Man. Yep, nonsense. Sorry, what nonsense did I yep when I'm tired? This maybe this is the nonsense I yep right now. Perhaps I need to sort out. Oh wait, hang on. Oh wait, I'm getting juked by a double silver wolf here. Extra silver wolf here. Oh, yeah, it's right here. Is this the only thing on the layer? It is. Okay. Cool. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I think I need more like probably people on stream before I start making dumb noises. When I'm by myself, I try to hold myself a little bit more together, because I'm the only person here. Uh, uh, I need my Luna to be a little bit more refined before I can do this, I think. Oh wait, this is not what I want. Oh wait, I don't have the. Oh, I don't have a stuffed animal reference. Okay, right. I have to figure this out myself. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, furry. Faye is gonna inherit spiritually she's gonna inherit me, basically. The stuff that I put around her and stuff like that. Stuff that has ties to myself, right? Or like ideology that makes sense to me, like this Creek Marine uh kill thyself for thy emperor sort of mentality. And then we have like the other characters represent different things. Actually, I've made some progress on my next character, the fox, because she needs to be exactly the opposite of Faye, but not opposite to the extent where they're just completely different person. I want them to be going through similar situations, but they arrive at different answers at how they deal with the situation, right? Faye recluse herself, like she is just by herself. She doesn't trust anyone. She doesn't like anyone. But this other character would be the exact opposite, because rather than rejecting everyone else, she found hope and love from other people, and as a result, she herself is more hopeful and loving than Faye would ever be. Um, to the general public, for this. I mean, to Ria, I think Faye might be a little bit fanatical, but anyways, that's a bit of a digression. But anyways, I guess the previous topics is kind of concluded. Uh, I'm kind of dying from this. Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break here. I just want to count how many hours we spent on this thing. So I haven't looked at this number in a while. I don't know. I guess it's still steadily going up by like 1 or 2 people a day. But let me see. So let me go all the way back. Oh, actually, it's not that far back. So 1, 2, 3. We did 3 streams before we got hijacked by a 30-hour stream for the competition, and then we did 1, 2, 3. Wait. Oh, these are not even related yet. Wait, hang on. Then the animation came in here, right? So it's this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4. So only 7 streams in actually. Not as long as I thought it was gonna be. Hours wise, we are 6.5. Let's just say it's 10 hours here. And then there's like 9 hours here, and then today is like another 4 hours, 5 hours maybe. So what? Math 13, 14, 25 hours ish. 24, 25 hours ish. This Arknights thing, by the way, took 31. So for reference, we're almost there, but we're not even started on coloring and this other stuff. Okay. I feel a little bit better about myself now, because I thought we were like 30 hours, 36 hours in or something, and I'm still like doing this line art. It is the most complicated thing, but still, it doesn't feel very good to be slow. Even when it's justified. I think that's a bit of a problem, but get down here, please. Get good or get God. Get good. Get good, guys. How do I want to tackle the eyes, actually? Let me... Should the eyes be on a separate layer? I don't know how I'm going to color these guys as a thing. If I treat them like my usual characters, that's a lot of work. But if I don't do it, our hands are kind of tight down the line. I think I'm gonna do one thing. I'm just gonna put the faces on separate layers, but everything else will be together. So I will just go through and get all the faces first. Then I think that makes sense. Just in case we need it. Yeah, the first one is it's gonna suck. There's a lot of things that we don't know here. That's why I can't really plan for this. Going back to the planning point, you can't really plan for stuff when you haven't really really fully experienced it, I think. Always something that pops up. We're gonna have some discrepancies here because I don't want to spend too long fixing everything. Let me reset my brain here. I'm gonna disconnect from the ref actually. I'm gonna disconnect from the ref. And yeah, I'm gonna disconnect. Also, it's interesting because I'm kind of drawing them like how I would draw normal character eyes, but they're not 3D, right? They're flat on the surface that is kind of slightly curved. They don't have the usual sort of setup. Not that I'm very, I guess, rigorous with the forms usually, but like I think the most interesting one would be like this here, because it's an acrylic stand. It's literally deformed off of the usual sort of balance. So I have to draw it quote-unquote wrong to make it right. And that's gonna trip me up later, I'm sure. It's gonna be fun. I'm not using the very anti-aliasing off brush. Actually, was it anti-aliasing off when I did this? I think it was only during rendering, not actually during the line phase, because my line brush is the same. So actually, I can just transform the lines into perspective instead of having to draw it in perspective, which would be a little bit awkward. Or very awkward. Okay. Good stuff, good stuff. And then this thing doesn't follow 3D, it follows the fabric, which should be here. Kind of. Not very rigorous. It's good enough. I think we are pushing down this way, yes. It's not balanced, bro. Okay, fine. Deal with it. Here. Oh. No. Wait, okay. Hang on. Hang on a second. I was so scared for a moment because she's technically sitting in that same perspective. So this shouldn't happen. But it looks fine on to my eyes, right? Because like the stuffed animal is not like exactly part of the wall, and also she has their own curvature. It's not like it's flat either. So I think because it looks fine, I'm not gonna touch it. I got really spooked for a second. Holy shit. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it's a face though. Come on. Ah, yes, that is true. That is true. That is true. That's why we have so many pain in the ass perspectives on all the different objects that I have to deal with. Oh my god. Did I color? Oh no, I did. Okay, I just cheated. Okay, yeah, okay, fine. Just kind of skipped it. Oh, should I grab the contour? I just realized this shouldn't be on this layer. Looking forward to the day where this process is enjoyable. Day 1000. I need to make one of those YouTube shorts. Like day 1000 of waiting for this to be enjoyable. Am I having fun yet? Am I having fun yet? Circle, circle in completion, circle in completion. Touching two edges, very cool. Reminds me I need to put in the... how do I want to do this actually? At least the black part, I guess I will grab. The pupil. It's flat, right? So it's gonna look kind of weird, but it will have to be done that way because otherwise it'd be wrong. This one's kind of really very good. Eyebrows are not visible. Okay, cool. Should I draw it anyways though? I should, right? Because the cuts in the hair might show it. I don't know what the eyes are, brows are though. Yeah, my faces are a little bit flatter than I think they should be. There should be some curvature, but these lines are perfectly lined up instead of doing this. Doesn't really bother me too much, so I'm gonna leave it. Okay, does that count? It's not the same black, so I'm not gonna count it. Lappy, lappy, the eyebrows, eyes. We don't have the sort of eyelid thing. Does Texas have any eyelashes? Where'd it go? No, okay. Lapland's face is kind of mangled, I think, compared to the rest. Do I want to fix it on the fly or no? Okay, I can see a little bit of around. Let me just fix that. Doing it like this usually just doesn't work out because some other problem pops up. And then all of a sudden I'm trying to deal with line art and shapes again. Then there's some stuff that I learned on stream that I always remind myself. I don't know if you remember this, Duve, but you mentioned one time that it's hard because I was dealing with shapes and line art at the same time, and I just keep remembering that every time I draw line art. It's like, yeah, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. Don't do that. Alright, this thing is a... it bothers me that this should be blocked though. No, but our angle is like that. All right, try it, and then it is what it is afterwards. Well, I should just fix it manually. It's whatever. Just nuke it. Fine. Yep, Lapland. It's not the best for sure. This is the original. Should I do it? I should just do the original and then push it into perspective instead of doing this, I think. If I do it like this, I have to trust the current version that we have 100% because there's no coming back from that. I think it would lower the quality too much to push it around too much. So doing it here and then pushing it in might make the most sense if you want to be safe here. I can think about it though. Where's my dudes? It's Wednesdays. No, it's not. It's not Wednesday. How did I get the mouth like this? But I saw something. I don't know. Alright, let's go. They're kind of close. Wait, her eyes are looking at me actually. She's not looking forwards. I just realized. This is a lot closer to the left than I thought it was gonna be. I guess it's different. Oh, right. The face changed because like the whole thing changes, right? So maybe for that one, she's just looking to the side then. Actually, why am I don't need the... I still have this habit of getting really sucked into the reference. Do we not have enough pixels? I wonder if we should bump up some more. This is already, what, like 4K by 6K? Also, but we worry about that later. If the image is too big, the video that is generated, I guess it has no connection there, huh? So we just export 1080, I think, from After Effects later. Should be fine then. No real problems there. That's two different eyes here. I'm reading the key correctly. Oh, wait, hang on. I gotta remember not to get stuck too much. I'm just gonna move on here. It's not balanced, but neither am I. Ha ha ha. Looks good enough. Okay. Oh, the eyes are very complicated. I'm just gonna leave it. Miku. Wow, my eyes are completely different though. How did I end up here? Okay, let's see. Indeed. The funny thing is, I don't know how visible these guys even are. They're on the top shelf behind the light source, the only light source. And the light source itself, you know, it's like a VR chat world that is very dark. So I don't know how it's gonna work. Of course, like we can control the specific palette that's being used. But these guys would be so much darker than everything else that it would just be barely noticeable, I think. A lot of these details are probably not going to be seen. It is what it is. It's not. It's not. What? She looks kind of malicious though. What's wrong with the eyebrows? Like, made her a little bit too angry or something. Eyes are kind of far, I think is what I'm reading here, and then they're not round enough. Give more roundness, a little bit more roundness. This is really long. Acceptable, I suppose. It Oh, sorry, I missed them. At what zoom level am I on? I don't know. Is there a number of like zoom level? Like I see. Oh, you mean like in the navigator that's blocked by the reference, right? In the top right. This is about like 500. 400 what? I don't know. Maybe percent. Oh, it is. Okay, so this is 100. So yeah, four times 5 times zoom, I guess. Paying real attention. Yeah, if you like. I know. Because I'm not exactly talking through the process. I'm also vibing it out, but I'm vibing out on I'm trying to check out these curves. And I think primarily it's the curves that are giving me grief. My current read is that it's not round enough and they're a little bit too far apart. Maybe this guy's kind of small too, actually. Yeah, this is the problem with the scaling. I guess I still can't really scale it like this. Maybe like this. Oh, this filter is actually kind of okay. Nope, I think I ruined it. I'm gonna leave it. It's not what I think it should be, but just a little bit maybe. That's good enough. Let's see. Oh no, never mind. It's not like that. Should be flat. I'm gonna probably regret putting that line in because it's gonna affect my coloring later. It's too small to justify a line, but I think I'll forget if I don't. So Tato is over here. I feel like her eyes are bigger than the others. I don't know if that's true or not though. Is it bigger than the others? Yeah, slightly bigger than the others. Okay, I'll work from here. Okay, on what layer? This guy. Cool. Alright. Oh my god. It's what? Top heavy, I think? Okay, that's why this part is... This part is neutral, right? The apex is somewhere in the middle, the peak of the curve, and the other one is a bit top heavy, I feel like. That needs to be apparent and follow perspective. Okay. Is that good? I don't know. Come on. Always like this. Oh, my playlist actually ended. 58. Oh no, only 48. Huh? I probably have to hop off after this. Oh, the faces. This is why, like, today, when I was looking at the base recommendation, I feel like... I don't know what is it I'm feeling, per se, but, like, doing shit like this, doing, like, high-quality renders and stuff, which really isn't my thing. It just takes so much time and effort. But it's kind of what I want. Oh, I see what I'm saying. I want it with less effort, right? So it just means we need a very good process and a lot of heavy lifting to be done by not me, essentially. I can either be brushes or 3D render the scene. I want to just have ideas and put them down and then get through the rendering process as quickly as possible. But I still want to do it myself. I think that's the difference between this and coding. Because coding is like the same. Don't like the coding part. I like the ideas part and discussion about design. But coding itself is kind of pain. Also, these eyes are like absolutely disgusting. Holy shit. I try to be different a little bit too much. We already took the effort to align it yesterday. Maybe I should just take it, you know. Eh. Do it again. Alright, I'm going. Oh, yeah, right, I'm supposed to detach from reference. God damn it. Take over the main line. Yeah. One tiny little pixel there is like, oh, this is kind of thick now. I guess she's crying now. Hello? Like what? Exaggeration, of course, but it really do be like that. But at the same time, the eyes are like the best part, right? The most juicy part. Wow. Yeah, my fault for spending so much time on it. Could have just done this and get it over with. Don't have the capacity at this point. Timer is well, parcel timer here. Start the brushstrokes. Oh, I suppose you could see that, yeah. Oh my god. Once we die without a name. It's kind of derpy. But like, oh no, no, this is not the Fumo. The Fumo would actually possibly end up looking a little bit weird because like, they don't have anything holding the shape. Since it's just a stuffed animal, but these guys are supposed to be a little bit tighter. They should just look like all the other normal anime characters that we draw, since they're supposed to have the correct forms and stuff. Oh, there's one thing that I really look out for though, is this corner. This corner at the very top between the eye and the freaking frame at the top. Because it changes the vibes a lot. Whether if it's like this or if it's like this. Actually, the one thing I don't really like about Fubuki's design, this is a little bit out of the blue, is that her artists always tend to draw the eyes like kind of somewhat and like this, I feel like. I'm not sure if what I'm saying is true, but this is the same vibe that I'm getting whenever, like, the vibe that I'm getting by looking at this. It's the same vibe that I remember from looking at some of the art. So probably some similarities, but I don't. It's it doesn't feel like there's a lot of soul behind it. It feels a little bit dead. Like the expression feels like it's like a shocked expression or like some kind of like a little bit more exaggerated, perhaps. I don't remember where I heard this, but like over 10, 15 years ago, I remember someone saying that you should never draw eyes like this, where it doesn't touch the top, and it always stuck with me. But of course, now I know that it depends on the expression, right? You can always have like a shocked expression where they're like, "Holy shit." And just doing this is so much more fun than this shit. Holy shit. I have so much left, dude. Oh my god. Art is fun, guys. Holy shit. So fun. People share inside is so tricky, I don't know how to angle it. Yawn. Very hard indeed. Mostly still vibes for me, 100%. Especially angles where you kind of have like the face kind of pointed down like this. I feel like the eyes will end up looking a little bit. The pupils are kind of pointed down this way. I guess it's towards the chin. I think it's always towards the chin. If it's like more face on, I think it can be a little bit low, like just parallel like this. But if you're like doing up angle like this, then it will point towards the chin, I think. If that's what you meant by pupil. Actually, pupil is the thing in the middle, right? So maybe it's not what you're talking about, but just reminded me of this. I'm getting distracted, as you can see. I'm kind of tired. Very tired. Oh my god. I spent the whole day working on the stupid ass app, and I just realized just now, right, on stream, that it's still kind of broken because, like, there's some regression with the behavior. That's what happens when you don't read the diffs. But if I did read the diffs, I'd be reading like 10,000 lines of code, which is not quite something I want to do. Oh my god. I want to eat McDonald's. 2:30 a.m. in the morning. Very healthy, of course. Such a role model for everyone, everywhere. What am I talking about? Oh, interesting. This thing never really worked that well for me, I feel like. Anyway, so what's it doing? Right. Just too close. Broski, 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 broski. Yeah, I keep thinking about Duvet's comment about like noises that I make when I'm tired. Like, I can't remember what noises I made. Wait, what noises did I make in the past? 5 hours. Oh look, 5 hours, 5 minutes, and 55 seconds it was when I looked at the clock. I guess it's time to get 55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 outer corner of the eye is also flattening a perspective for me. What is GDI? GDI. God damn it. Oh, I've never heard that one before. Interesting, interesting. Oh my god. Oh. And to delete. Delete. Stop clipping the eyebrows, bro. I guess I meow a lot. Outer line and then go inwards. I see. It's just more natural for my hand, I think. I don't think there's anything special to the stuff that I'm doing. Which Fubuki? There's only one Fubuki. Oh, like there's one from yeah, I start because I'm left-handed, right? My hand is just pushing this way. I'm just pushing in like this, pushing in. Well, yeah, like Fubuki. There's also the Fubuki from One Punch Man, right? And there's only one Fubuki in my head, which is our White Fox, which is what my character is based off of, like the next one, the one that sees the good in people. Not necessarily because that's how Fubuki is like for me in my head. I actually don't really watch her streams. I don't really know exactly what she's like. I just know she knows a lot of old memes from like the old threads and boards and stuff like that. Like 2chan, right? It was Japanese. And she makes cute noises. I think that's about it. Also, she did that one stream for like the shiny magic carp. That took forever. Artist I know are left-handed. Is that right? Do I know any left-handers in my life now? I feel like I don't know anyone who's left-handed anymore. But then again, people don't write anymore. I guess I don't know. The shadow was beside me. Where are her eyes looking at? Actually, they're not even supposed to be looking at us, right? They just need to look forwards. So as long as they're looking forwards, it is correct. Also, Da Vinci. Da Vinci. You guys watch? Anybody watch Futurama? Futurama is very cool cartoon. It's written by a team of writers that combined have 11 PhDs. So there's a lot of like mathematically correct stuff in there, including one where they actually created an entire theorem and proved that it was correct just so that they can write an episode on the show, which is about body swapping. So if you have n people swapping bodies, so swapping bodies as in like let's say this person swaps with this person, their minds will swap, right? But the body stays the same. So person A's soul will be here, but person A's body will be here. Like that. And then there's a rule saying that you can't swap back to a person that you have swapped with before. So if I swap with this person, I cannot swap with them again. So you can't just swap back like this, right? And then if you have another person, I believe if this person swap with this person, then these two guys cannot swap anymore, but these two can. Then there's a theorem that proves that if you have n people doing it, you just need n+1 to return to normal, I think. It's a mathematical theorem. They did that so that the show, they can use it in the show or something. Or they had the idea in the show and then they had to prove it. They had to figure out the math to figure out like what is required. Anyways, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because there's an episode about Da Vinci. They wrote it so that Da Vinci is from a different planet, where on that planet, Da Vinci is like the stupidest person. And the only reason he's on Earth is because he got chased away because everyone was making fun of him. Or something like that. Anyway, it's not very related to what we're saying, except for the fact that Da Vinci is mentioned. But Futurama, good show. I like Futurama. I also like South Park. South Park is one of my favorite cartoons. I watched like the first 20 seasons twice when I was like quite a bit younger, I think. South Park, if anyone doesn't know, well, if you don't know, it's a show that makes fun of sort of current affairs. Essentially, it follows like four kids, like four very young kids, like they're in elementary school or something. Actually, I don't know how old they're supposed to be, but like the original concept was just about like how kids would behave, not in front of their parents, right? In front of their parents, they can be like a nice kid and stuff, but at school and with their friends, they can be very rowdy, they can be very obnoxious and stuff like that. It was a show about that. But then it became a parody about real life. So whenever American politics changes, they will also make a show about it. And it's generally considered very offensive. Because they make fun of everything and everyone. celebrities, politicians, people from other countries, stereotypes. But that's why it's fun. They make fun of everyone. Right? It's like The Deaf is the great equalizer. South Park just doesn't give a shit. They just make fun of everyone. And there was a comment I read somewhere else that had, like, was saying like how did a generation that grew up with South Park became so easily offended? South Park is so offensive. Um, I thought it was an interesting point. Holy shit, this never ends. I think I'll probably just stop here. What do we have? What do we do, bro? One 21 guns. Lay down your arms. I need to sort out all of the remaining lines, including the stuffed animals at the top. Then I can put the colors in. Then we can begin to color, essentially, right? We're just doing base color. And then we're gonna just do some big airbrushes to get the mood in there. And then we do the lighting shape. And then we fix the lighting color. And we do the lighting gradient. Then at that point, we are ready to go into AE. I think because we're doing After Effects, I don't want to put too much nonsense on like stuff like overall adjustments, stuff like glow, stuff like chromatic aberration and other sort of adjustment tools, because I think those should be done in After Effects, because if you do it in After Effects, you can better animate those. We're only doing the shapes for the lighting in here because, well, I think it's impossible, outright insane to do it in After Effects. Also because it doesn't matter for that specific case. Because we can just use that as a clipping mask anyways. So, good stuff. I think I'll end here. Oh shit, I just remember I haven't done the 4 Ria sketches yet. God damn it. We're never done. But thank you guys for joining me. I feel like we talked a lot today, but I can't quite remember what we talked about now. Something about art. That's what I remember. But yes, thank you guys for joining me for 5 hours and 16 minutes and 7 seconds. I'll see you guys on Monday, hopefully with a presentable website that people can check out for no real reason, because there's not going to be anything there. But have a good night, guys. I'll see you guys Monday. Bye-bye.